So I unmute you and then you unmute it now.
But we're not.
So. There you go. So you should be good.
Oh, I can hear you on the Blue TV, so you need to mute yourself.
So you need to make yourself share.
It's John Yarmouth. Can you see me and hear me?
Chairman Yarmouth, I can see you. Can you see me and hear me?
I can see you and hear you, Jason. Yes.
Good.
John, I just want to make sure you can hear me. It's Frank Pallone. Can you hear me?
Well, yeah,
I
we
can hear you
can.
and see you, Frank,
You're like in
yes.
stereo. Yeah, we can hear you. we begin, I want to take a few minutes to recognize our beloved colleague, Congresswoman Jackie Walorski, and two of her staff members, Emma Thompson and Zachary Potts, who tragically died last week while serving our country. You know, I was heartbroken when I first heard the news last Wednesday. Jackie was a dear friend, an incredible public servant, and somebody who cared deeply about uplifting the most vulnerable among us, whether in America or around the world. You know, many may not know, but Jackie served as a missionary in Romania with her husband years before she was elected to Congress. They founded an agency to help provide food and medical supplies to the country's impoverished children. She carried that same sense of service when she came to Washington, and we quickly became allies in the fight to end hunger. She was always a steadfast partner and outspoken advocate in efforts to combat food and nutrition insecurity. In addition to her role as the ranking member of the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Worker and Family Support, Jackie also co-chaired with me the House Hunger Caucus and was an integral player in securing the upcoming White House conference on hunger that's going to happen in September. She was my co-lead in requesting the Biden-Harris administration to actually do this conference so we can find a way to end hunger in this country. In fact, we both were on a call with the White House and Ambassador Rice just a few days before her tragic accident. She worked across the aisle on many food and agricultural issues, including efforts to combat food waste, improving access to medically tailored meals, and ensuring that kids have nutritious meals in school, because she believed in the power of generosity and helping those in need. So we're all going to miss Jackie. This is a loss not just for Indiana, but for the Congress, the anti-hunger movement, and the country. Her family, friends, staff, and constituents are all in our prayers, as are the families of Zachary and Emma. And I know that Emma formerly worked for Dr. Burgess, who's on our committee here in the Rules Committee. And I want to extend my sympathies to you, Dr. Burgess, and your entire team. I know this is a terrible loss for you. But before I go into my formal opening statement, I want to yield to our ranking member, Mr. Cole.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to associate myself with your remarks, and I appreciate you starting our meeting this way. I had the opportunity to meet Jackie before she was in Congress, actually, during her first race in 2010. She wasn't successful, but no surprise to anybody who knew her. She never quit. She just kept running and joined us in 2012. You know, she was one of those people that is just impossible not to like. Whether you agreed with her or disagreed with her on a particular point of issue, she always handled herself so professionally, was always so civil to everybody she dealt with, inspired an unbelievable staff that certainly Zachary and Emma were typical of. We know they're all grieving at their collective loss, and all of Congress is, and the country's poor for her loss. I can't think of anybody in America that wouldn't be proud to have somebody like Jackie Walorski representing them in the House of the United States, House of Representatives of the United States. And it's impossible to overstate what losing somebody like that means to the institution and to the body, both collectively and individually. As you know, Mr. Chair, she was our representative on the Ethics Committee. And that's a tough committee to serve on. I had the opportunity, I hate to use the word opportunity, to serve on it before, but it's really the guardian of the integrity of the institution. And in that capacity, she appeared before us on several occasions. And again, I think you would always appreciate the manner in which she handled it, the fairness she extended to colleagues on both sides of the aisle, but also her fierce determination to defend the integrity of the institution if somebody had gotten out of line. She and her colleague, Representative Deutsch, worked very well together in the way that you would hope a committee of that nature, evenly divided between the two parties, and again, with the charge that really is above partisan politics, could operate. So I feel her loss personally. She had so many friends in this body, was held in such high esteem in this body, and again, was a national leader along with you, Mr. Chairman. As you noted, on the fight against hunger. That's a pretty worthy battle for any of us to be involved in. So I want to join you in extending our sympathies and sadness to her family and her friends, her constituents, to all of our colleagues who I know are all grieving over this. And just remember her. I know our friend Mr. Brady obviously served with her on the Ways and Means Committee, and I just want to thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for the tributes that I've made a point of reading them all, and they certainly captured the spirit, the person, and the quality of the person, and the loss to the institution that we all feel. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would hope we could turn it over quickly to Dr. Burgess. Obviously, he has not only the association with our colleagues, but certainly with Emma, who we all regarded highly, all had an opportunity because of Dr. Burgess to work with. And again, I point to, I hope everybody had a chance to read Chad Pergram's incredible column on the loss of Zachary and Emma, because we all are surrounded by staff like that work hard and tirelessly and position us all to do our jobs and help us all get them done. And they're the real backbone of the institutions, the staff. So when you lose a member and staff in the course of doing their duty, we all have lost members while we were here, usually with more warning. So I don't think anybody in my time here, I've been shocked more to lose than to lose Jackie. But, you know, if you had to lose her, she probably, that's the way she would have wanted to go, in the sense of she was working with her staff, serving her constituents, representing this House with honor, dignity, and grace, as she always did. And we will miss her very, very much. And with that, I would yield to our colleague, Dr. Burgess.
Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay on this thing?
I can.
Well, I appreciate you yielding time to me. I'm obviously on the road back to the Capitol from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. This morning we did have the funeral for Emma Thompson, who served as my communications director 2017, 2018. My gosh, she was just 28 years old, and she always performed so well, and never a harsh word, always words of encouragement for everyone. She's certainly going to be missed. I want to associate myself with the comments made about our colleague Jackie Walorski, but for the years I had Emma Thompson in my life, I feel like we were a better office because of it, and it's going to be tough, but we'll carry on and try to carry on in her memory. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to have that moment, and I'll yield back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Burgess, and thank you, Mr. Cole. And we're going to miss Jackie, and we're going to miss Zachary, and we're going to miss Emma. Anyway, with that, let's turn to what this hearing is about today. I know we've been called back to D.C. from our August district work period, but we've been called back for a very important reason, to pass landmark legislation that will make enormous progress and deliver for the American people. Today, we will consider the motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376, the Inflation Reduction Act. First, this bill will reduce health care costs and drug prices for seniors and hardworking families across the country. It will extend affordable health coverage to 13 million people, cap seniors' yearly out-of-pocket drug costs at $2,000 per year, and cap insulin at $35 per month for Medicare beneficiaries. I wish we could have done that for everybody, but some of our friends in the Senate decided to frustrate that effort, unfortunately. It takes on Big Pharma by, for the first time ever, allowing Medicare to begin negotiating prices for a small group of drugs that will expand over time. Second, this bill will take historic action to address one of the biggest threats in our lifetime, the climate crisis. This bill will put us on a path to cutting carbon emissions by 40% by 2030, rapidly accelerating the adoption of renewable energy technologies and creating millions of good jobs. This bill will slash consumers' energy costs, saving the average family $1,025 a year. It provides cheaper, cleaner energy and gives our planet a fighting chance. Third, the Inflation Reduction Act accomplishes these goals without raising taxes on small businesses and middle-class Americans, in line with President Biden's promise not to raise taxes on any family making less than $400,000 per year. Instead, the bill makes our tax code more fair by raising taxes on only the highest earners and closing tax loopholes on the most profitable corporations. And, just so everyone understands, analysts predict this bill could reduce the federal deficit by over $102 billion over the next decade. Others say $2 trillion over 20 years. Either way, we are saving money and lowering our country's national debt. All of these measures will boost our economy and tackle inflation, as economist Larry Summers says, by reducing our budget deficit, lessening demand, increasing supply, and supporting direct bargaining for lower prices. No bill is perfect. There are things I wish were still included in this final package. Closing the carried interest loophole, for example, or funding for housing or universal pre-K and nutrition programs. I wish we thought bolder about making sure that every child in this country had access to a free school meal when they attend school. I wish the extension of the child tax credit was here. I wish again, that we capped insulin at $35 per month for everyone, including those with private insurance. But you know what? We can't make the perfect the enemy of the good. And this is a big, big deal. But the Inflation Reduction Act makes transformational investments. There's no question about that. It is the strongest possible version of this bill that can make it to the President's desk. We are taking action to lower drug prices, cut medical costs, and provide cheaper, cleaner energy, all while siding with American families over special interests and putting people over politics. To put it plainly, it's a big deal. I can't say that enough. It has taken us time to get here, but I'm proud of this process and I'm proud of this consequential bill. And with that, I look forward to the discussion today, and I will turn it over now to the ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing covers the grossly misnamed Inflation Reduction Act. Once again, the majority is bringing forward a deeply partisan reconciliation bill. Last year, the majority passed into law a terrible reconciliation bill on partisan lines that spent $1.9 trillion. At the time, economists warned that spending that much money would inevitably lead to inflation. A year later, and those predictions have come home to roost. We're now facing the worst inflationary environment in 40 years as a direct consequence of the majority's actions last year. But today, Democrats are bringing us another breathtakingly bad taxing and spending bill that will only make inflation worse and extend the current recession. The same administration party that assured us that the American Rescue Plan wouldn't spark an unprecedented surge in inflation is now telling us that the latest tax and spend monstrosity won't deepen and lengthen the recession. They were wrong last year, and they're wrong again this year. Unfortunately, it will be the average American who pays the price next year as the policies proposed in this bill actually take hold. That price will come in the form of more inflation, fewer jobs, slower growth, and a lower standard of living for every family in America. To make matters worse, this bill is coming to us after a truncated process that prevented any House member from having input into this bill. Perhaps it would be better to say there was no process at all. This bill has not gone through any committee in either the House or the Senate, and is the product of a backroom negotiation between two Democratic senators operating on their own. This is about as far from regular order as one can get. Not a single House member on either side of the aisle has had any substantive input into this bill, and the same can be said for all but a small handful of senators. Much like the infrastructure bill we passed earlier this year, this bill is an egregious and outrageous surrender of the institutional power of the House. Having been left with a take-it-or-leave-it offer from the Senate Democrats, with no opportunity to provide input or to amend the bill, I'm appalled that the majority is once again choosing to simply take it. Mr. Chairman, I want to remind you of something you repeatedly said when you were in my shoes. Quote, usually when you have a lousy process, you have a lousy bill, unquote. The legislation before us today is a case in point. A lousy process does indeed make a lousy bill, and this bill is particularly lousy. To see why, let's talk about the policies included in this bill. Far and away the most dangerous part of this bill is the section covering taxes. The majority has included a massive tax increase and a massive expansion of the Internal Revenue Service, a more than 600% increase in the budget for the IRS. And despite the majority's claims to the contrary, these new taxes will fall on every taxpayer, and the IRS will focus on every taxpayer. Policies like these are bad enough in good times, but raising taxes when we are in a recession, even if my friends on the other side won't admit it, violates every basic principle of good economics, not to mention common sense. As Senate Majority Leader Schumer once said, quote, you don't want to take money out of the economy when the economy is shrinking, unquote, which is exactly the place Democrats' economic policies have brought us to. But don't just take my word or the Senate Majority Leader's word for it. I would refer my friends to the open letter signed by over 230 economists warning that this bill will, quote, perpetuate the same fiscal policy errors that have helped precipitate the current troubling economic climate, unquote. And they're correct. Taxing and spending the way the majority is proposing to do will only make inflation worse and will bring about an even deeper recession. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to insert a copy of this letter for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now let's talk about what's not included in the bill. Despite the title, there's nothing in this bill that will address inflation. In fact, this is probably one of the most misnamed bills that has ever been brought before this body. Inflation remains the #1 problem our nation is facing, and it is astonishing that the majority would push forward a bill of this magnitude that will not help inflation and, in fact, will only make matters worse. There's also nothing in this bill that will address our current energy crisis. In fact, the policies in here are likely to make it worse. While my friends in the majority are willing to pour tens of billions of dollars into green energy boondoggles, there's nothing in this bill that will lower the price of diesel or gasoline at the pump, nothing that will make it cheaper to heat and cool homes, and nothing that will ensure energy independence for America. Such a failure is bad for the nation and bad for working Americans all across the country. It should come as no surprise that not a single Republican will vote for this bill, just as not a single Republican voted for the last reconciliation bill, because we knew at the time what it would do. Economists warned us then that it would lead to an unprecedented outbreak of excessive inflation, and they were right. Now economists are warning us that this bill, too, will make inflation worse and will slow the economy even more. Democrats would do well to take that warning seriously this time. Mr. Chairman, all the available evidence is that this bill will make inflation worse, not better. It will deepen and lengthen the recession that we are in. And we cannot tax and spend our way into lower inflation. Rather, the compounding of the same error the majority made last year, rather than compounding the same error the majority made last year, we should reject these policies and reject this bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. And if I could just, I'm going to ask unanimous consent as well to insert a couple of things in the record. One, a statement by 5 former Treasury secretaries urging us to pass this critical legislation, and I quote, it will help increase American competitiveness, address our climate crisis, lower costs for families, and fight inflation, end quote. And Larry Summers, by the way, was one of the former Treasury secretaries who said that this bill helps fight inflation. And my Republican colleagues over the last several months love to quote Larry Summers, so I thought you'd be impressed by that. But in any event,
More impressive.
yeah. Well, and let me also ask unanimous consent to put into the record a letter by 100 leading economists who wrote to Congress last week urging that we pass this legislation because it will have a positive impact on our economy, including that they say that this is, among other things, deficit reducing, and it does so while putting downward pressure on inflation. And I just want to say one thing about just the process, because I love my friend, but he brought it up, and I think it just needs to be said. I mean, this package has been thoughtfully and thoroughly deliberated in both houses, in both the House and the Senate. I mean, there were hearings and there were markups in the House. The Senate spent hours and hours and hours considering this bill. And I would just say when the Republicans used reconciliation to try to repeal the Affordable Care Act, I recall the Rules Committee needing to execute something like 8 managers' amendments. Major portions of the Republican tax bill, also done through reconciliation, were rewritten in the Senate by hand. And I'm proud of this process and that it has been used to consider how this process has been used to consider this reconciliation process. This is how it should be done, quite frankly, if you're going to use reconciliation. And last November, the House sent our version of the bill over to the Senate after the 13 committees of jurisdiction spent more than 165 hours marking up their pieces. Hundreds of amendments were considered, and 22 Republican amendments were actually adopted. After months of discussion in the Senate, the text of the Senate bill was posted a week ago, last Wednesday. The 2 amendments that were adopted in the Senate have been available since Sunday. And we're now here to consider the legislation that the Senate has sent back to us. And we are having a regular meeting here in the Rules Committee that was noticed on Monday following our normal process. I mean, it's been over 72 hours. And again, let me contrast that with the Republican effort to repeal the Affordable Care Act, where we had, as I recall, 4 Rules Committee meetings to consider several rewrites of the bill. The then Republican majority self-executed 8 Republican amendments over the course of that long saga just to get the bill over the finish line. And when Republicans passed their tax scheme to give corporations and wealthy people massive tax breaks, the Senate made extensive changes in handwriting, and the text was not available. The text was not available just hours ahead of the Senate vote. So, you know, I get it. My friends may not like the content of this bill, and, you know, people can have debates over content. But I think just for the sake of the record, I think it's important to kind of post the difference between how Democrats and Republicans have handled this. My Republican friends used reconciliation to basically try ram through a tax bill to benefit mostly millionaires, billionaires, or big corporations, and they used it to try to take away health care for millions of Americans. We're using it to lower drug prices, to combat inflation, to deal with the climate crisis, to control health care costs, to lower energy costs. I mean, there's a contrast. And so I'm not going to apologize for this process because I think it's, because quite frankly, I'm proud of this product. It's not everything I wanted, as I said, but I think it's going to help people, help my constituents. So let me now turn to our witnesses to provide testimony on Senate Amendment to H.R. 5376, the Inflation Reduction Act. Chairman Yarmuth and Ranking Member Smith, Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, Mr. Byer and Ranking Member Brady, we are all delighted that you are here. I now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Yarmuth.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern, ranking members of the committee. It's an honor to be back before the Rules Committee to talk about the Inflation Reduction Act and to reiterate much of what the chairman has said. This is an incredibly important piece of legislation which will not just save American consumers money, it will reduce their healthcare costs, it will ultimately reduce their energy costs, and it will take the most significant step that we have ever taken to combat climate change. After listening to Chairman McGovern's statement, I have to say that I think that our staffs must have worked together on the statements, because the one that was drafted for me is almost identical to the one that Chairman McGovern gave. So
there's value in repetition.
Well, I'm not one of those who subscribes to the often used congressional theory that everything's been said, but not everybody's said it, so that everybody has to say it. So I'm going to extemporize a little bit and talk about some of the things which we know we're going to hear from Republicans who are, quite frankly, scared to death of what we are about to do because they know, one, it is incredibly popular and with the American people, and secondly, that it does exactly what the American people want us to do, which is to deal with climate change, to deal with healthcare costs, to deal with energy costs. And all they can do now is use scare tactics to essentially try to cast some doubt on what will be a very meaningful piece of legislation for the American people. I want to start with the question of inflation. We've heard a lot, and as the chairman mentioned, Republicans, and they've done this on the budget committee for many, many hearings, love to throw out Larry Summers, who predicted that, among other things, he actually predicted 3 different outcomes from the American Rescue Plan, one of which would lead to inflation. So now they jump on his back and say, oh, Larry Summers said that if you pass the American Rescue Plan, we get inflation. Well, there's a little bit of doubt. As a matter of fact, a considerable amount of difference of opinion as to what's caused inflation. And for instance, Moody's Analytics said they did an analysis and said basically that the American Rescue Plan spending contributed 0.1% of the 8.5% inflation that on average we've seen over the last few months. A very, very minor portion of the inflationary factors that we're dealing with. So it's not at all clear that, as a matter of fact, there's considerable evidence that it wasn't the American Rescue Plan that caused inflation. It was the things we have talked about: supply chain issues, the war in Europe, many, many factors that are really unprecedented and that we have not adequately yet, I think, analyzed. But here's the other thing. We're proposing to spend in this bill $400 billion over 10 years. That's on average $40 billion a year. That is 0.2% of the $20 trillion budget, and the $20 trillion gross national product, which is going to be increasing, so it'll be even a smaller percentage. It defies logic. It defies every economic theory that small amount of spending in a massive economy is going to affect inflation in any measurable way. We're going to hear a lot about increasing taxes. And let me say that what the Republicans are saying is totally wrong, defied by facts, evidence. What they're saying, what I think it is very safe to say, is that not one American making under $400,000 will see their federal tax bill increase by 1 penny. The only thing that the Republicans are trying to twist in terms of calling it a tax increase is the notion that because we are raising taxes on the most profitable corporations, that somehow they'll pass that along to consumers and it will raise their costs, and therefore they're calling that a tax increase. That is not a tax increase. And there's question as to whether it would even happen. But no American will see their federal tax bill, no American making less than $400,000 will see their tax bill increase by as much as a penny. And finally, I just want to say one of the things that I wish we had put in this bill, we didn't, but we got an adequate substitute. And that is, I wish we had dealt with a carried interest deduction, which no sane person in this country thinks is justifiable on any basis. But when we had to take that out to satisfy Senator Sinema in the Senate, we added a 1% about 1% surcharge or excise tax on stock buybacks. Now, if you recall, back in 2017, when the Republicans used reconciliation to pass their massive tax giveaway to the wealthiest corporations and individuals, the promise they made to the American people was that if we lowered corporate taxes then from 35 to 21%, which nobody actually even wanted, nobody requested that, but they would take that money and they would use it to reinvest in their company and create jobs. What we found out in very dramatic fashion was that wasn't the case at all. As a matter of fact, what's happened is corporations use that tax break to increase dividends to their stockholders and to engage in the biggest splurge of stock buybacks in the history of the country. It's entirely appropriate that we now, impose this excise tax, 1% on stock buybacks, so that that massive tax increase that they were given back in 2017, we can get a little bit of that return to the American consumer. So with all of those things said, I want to just conclude by saying that, as Chairman McGovern said, we would have liked to have seen a lot more in this bill. We would have liked to have seen extension of the child tax credit and child care and early childhood education, many, many other things which we think are important investments to make for the future of this country. But as the chairman said, and which I think most every Democrat agrees, this is still a very important move forward. On the issue of climate, I was asked the other day, well, the world doesn't think that we're doing enough in the United States, and that I think was clearly true. But what this bill does is it leapfrogs us ahead of virtually every other country in the world in terms of our commitment to dealing with climate change. We will, in fact, given the signing of this bill, become leaders in the effort to combat climate change, and that's something I think we can all take a great deal of pride in. With that, I thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now yield to Ranking Member Jason Smith. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. America is in a recession. Under Biden's inflation crisis, under the reckless spending policies of Democrat one-party rule in Washington, Americans see their real wages have gone down 4.5%. Just this morning, we found out that inflation was up 8.5% last month. Since Joe Biden became president, inflation has risen 13.7%. Remember when everyone was saying it was transitory? Now they have a piece of legislation trying to reduce something that they didn't really even believe existed. Americans are paying $5,900 more this year because of Democrats' reckless spending. I wish we were here to do something about that, but we simply are not. Democrats will claim this bill will reduce inflation. Let's be clear. Naming a bill something does not make it so. The Congressional Budget Office, Penn Wharton, over 230 economists, and even the Senate Budget Chairman, Bernie Sanders, have said that this bill will either do nothing to address inflation or will actually make it worse. It's not hard to see why. This bill is more of the same taxing and spending from Washington Democrats. $745 billion in spending when you strip away the fake sunset policies. $599 billion in budget gimmicks and new taxes being thrown on an economy that is in recession. Another $146 billion in debt. In fact, even accepting the Democrats' false program sunsets in this bill, it still adds $54 billion to the debt over the first 5 years, and 80% of the bill's so-called savings do not even show up until after the year 2029. Democrats will claim they are not raising taxes on hardworking Americans. The main architects of this bill, Senator Manchin and Senator Schumer, are both on the record saying they oppose raising taxes during a recession. This bill is a total reversal from their earliest correct position. $17 billion of this bill's tax increases fall on taxpayers making less than $200,000. And half of this bill's tax increases fall on taxpayers making less than $400,000. This bill funnels $80 billion to the IRS to double its size so it can target more Americans, so it can conduct more than 1 million additional audits per year on Americans making less than $200,000. This is not about going after wealthy Americans or corporations with highly paid lawyers. This is about hiring 87,000 new IRS agents so Democrats can then implement their plan to snoop on the bank accounts of middle-class Americans. Democrats will claim this bill is a massive down payment on the Green New Deal agenda. Now, on that, I couldn't agree more. Over half of the spending in this bill, more than $400 billion, goes to all sorts of Green New Deal programs and policies. There's $7.5 billion for new luxury electric vehicles and another $1.3 billion to boost the resale value of used electric vehicles. So now the wealthy will get help buying and selling their cars. You have $1.5 billion for tree equity and another $1.9 billion dedicated in part to fill gaps in tree canopy coverage. How is that going to bring down food and gas prices? $362 million to help corporate America build greener buildings. How is that going to fix the supply chain crisis? There's $27 billion to fund a new green bank at the EPA. How is that going to fix a shrinking economy or help Americans facing higher interest rates? And of course, $12 billion in new taxes on American-made energy to further raise the price at the pump. The Inflation Expansion Act will do nothing to solve the crisis facing Americans, whether it's the high prices on groceries or gas, rising interest rates, supply chain problems, a labor shortage, spiraling debt, and now a recession. Our Democrat colleagues are trying to spend their way out of an inflation and tax their way out of a recession. It will not work, and the American people should not be asked to foot the bill for more of the same failed policies. Congress should be focused on fighting inflation, not making it harder for folks in this country to provide for themselves and their families. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Chairman Pallone.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, for the opportunity to speak before you today in support of the Inflation Reduction Act. And thank all the members of the Rules Committee. This is landmark legislation that's going to help reduce costs for American families while aggressively tackling the climate crisis at a time when extreme weather events are increasingly devastating communities around the nation. Now, I wanted to focus on the climate and health provisions in this legislation because much of that came from the Energy and Commerce Committee. But the bill tackles the climate crisis and protects our communities from its devastating impacts because it's the single largest investment in climate action in American history. It makes unparalleled investments in climate, clean energy, environmental justice, while creating new clean jobs and lowering energy costs for American families. One study of the legislation found that the average American household would save $1,800 a year on energy bills. Moreover, this bill will slash our nation's climate pollution 40% by 2030 and puts us on a track to meet our aggressive climate goals. So I'm pleased that the bill includes many of the climate and clean energy provisions that my Energy and Commerce Committee drafted and marked up last September. Notably, the methane emissions reduction program takes bold action to drive down dangerous methane pollution from the oil and gas industry by sparing innovation and holding polluters accountable for leaks of one of the most potent greenhouse gases. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund invests an unprecedented $27 billion to deploy low and zero emission technologies nationwide and harden our most vulnerable communities against climate disasters. These and other key provisions, such as common sense investments in clean heavy-duty vehicles and home energy efficiency upgrades, make this bill one of the greatest victories for protecting the health of our climate and our communities. Now, the bill is also one of the most significant pieces of healthcare legislation to move through Congress in over a decade. It breaks Big Pharma's monopoly on prescription drug prices. The bill would lower prescription drug costs for seniors by finally empowering Medicare to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs and capping the amount seniors pay at at $2,000 annually. It also caps the cost of insulin at $35 a month for Medicare beneficiaries. Now, nearly 20 years ago, when I was here in Congress, Republicans prevented the federal government from negotiating fair prices for seniors, and this legislation reverses that egregious gift. And I don't like to use that term, but I do think it was totally inappropriate to actually put in Medicare Part D that we could not negotiate drug prices under Medicare. But the Republicans insisted on that, and it was basically a gift to Big Pharma. And now reversing that is going to save seniors and Medicare and the federal government a lot of money. The legislation finally levels the playing field and will help ensure seniors are no longer price gouged at the pharmacy counter. It also penalizes big pharma companies for unfairly hiking prices on seniors by linking the price to inflation, so that if they go above that in their prices, and they have to pay a rebate back to the federal government. So I'm pleased that the legislation will dramatically lower the cost of monthly health care premiums. This is the Affordable Care Act provision for millions of Americans and provide families with the peace of mind that comes with knowing they have high-quality care. 5 million Americans have gained access to health care coverage over the last 2 years, thanks to Democrats' efforts to make it more affordable. So when we passed the American Rescue Plan last year, we provided additional financial assistance for more Americans by enhancing the Affordable Care Act's marketplace premium subsidies for lower income and middle income Americans for the years 2021 and 22. And this bill makes healthcare more affordable for millions by extending this assistance and basically enhanced subsidies or tax credits through 2025 for another 3 years. This makes a real difference for families. It delivers an average savings of $2,400 to a family of 4. And again, I'm pleased that this legislation is going to extend our efforts for 3 more years. So today really marks a breakthrough in our response to the climate crisis and helps lower costs for families all around the nation. It's critically important that we pass this bill this week. I heard you, Chairman McGovern, talk about how significant this piece of legislation is. And I don't think there's anything, maybe with the exception of the Affordable Care Act when it passed, over a decade ago, that I'm more proud of these provisions that came out of our Energy and Commerce Committee, because they really are going to make a difference to not only to the average American, but also to what we mean as a country. So thank you again, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ranking Member McMorris Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just start out by thanking you for your inspiring tribute to our dear friend and colleague, extraordinary colleague, Jackie Walorski. I wanted to associate myself with your comments, and I greatly appreciate you starting this meeting by celebrating her life and her legacy, her leadership in the House. We're all going to miss her, and my hope and prayer is that we will gain inspiration from Jackie to live every day as if it were our last. Today, we're at the Rules Committee, having the same conversation we had almost a year ago, testifying on a proposed massive tax and spending spree by the majority. And I'm very concerned about the destruction, the devastating harm that it would have on our economy, our energy security, our medical care. Since under the Democrats' one-party rule, we've seen inflation continue to spiral out of control. Energy and gas prices have continued to rise at record levels. Healthcare costs continue to climb. Families can't find baby formula, and we are now in a recession. Yet here we are again debating the same destructive policies under a new name, the Inflation Reduction Act. I thought Tom Cole summed it up well. It's grossly misleading, and there's no evidence that this legislation will fix the inflation crisis. Inflation is an ugly tax on every part of people's lives, from the gas pump to the grocery store. This legislation continues President Biden's war on reliable and affordable energy, American jobs, and the cost of living on hardworking Americans. It will increase the pain at the pump by reviving and doubling a tax on refiners and crude oil importers. The natural gas tax will raise costs across the board on everything that comes from natural gas, from heating our homes to fertilizer and food. And while families get zero relief from President Biden's energy crisis, this legislation will send billions to use Chinese supply chains to make solar panels, wind turbines, and electric car batteries for the rich. For example, consider the EPA. EPA's budget is tripled. There's $27 billion for a national climate bank, $3 billion in environmental justice and climate block grant programs, $5 billion for a pollution reduction grants program, $1 billion for electric garbage trucks and school buses. The Department of Energy, there's $9 billion for a rebate program for electric appliance heat pumps and energy efficient home retrofits, $1 billion to use building codes to ban fossil fuels, $2 billion for private entities to build transmission lines for more wind and solar, and $200 million to train insulation and electrification contractors. An energy company just told me last week while I've been home, that without a strong energy mix that includes natural gas, their customers' electricity bills would double. And they said that we need choices to keep cost affordable and the lights on. We need to remember the Solyndra scandal when they defaulted on $500 million, a loan from DOE. This bill pumps 250 billion of loan authority into a similar type of loan guarantee program. And even worse, it uses 5 billion in taxpayer dollars to cover credit subsidy costs that companies take on these loans that that in the past the companies would have to cover. It's Solyndra on steroids. And I just would ask, how are we going to make anything in America? How are we going to mine, manufacture, process, build in America without permitting reforms? This bill does nothing to include meaningful permitting reforms. And what we saw in the Senate was that the Democrats were united against necessary permitting and regulatory reforms. The president continues to block mines, and the president and the administration continue to shut down energy infrastructure projects. There's little trust that we are going to see the majority come to the table on these reforms. Regarding the healthcare provisions in this tax and spending spree, I'm very concerned that it will continue the Democrats' march towards socialized medicine. Instead of working on bipartisan, lower costs, more cures, legislation that's been introduced for several Congresses now, we've got several provisions signed into law through the years, but it would cap what seniors pay on their out-of-pocket for drugs without jeopardizing innovation. Unfortunately, this legislation resurrects Speaker Pelosi's government price controls. The legislation, the idea that failed in the Energy and Commerce Committee, this Congress. Their scheme will lead to fewer cures in America. It will make future drugs more expensive if they're able to launch at all. I'm very concerned that it's only going to embolden China's medical leadership, biomedical leadership, and the Chinese Communist Party's grip on the world's medical supply chains. According to CBO, price controls will lead to 15 fewer drugs and treatments coming to the market. And this is a modest estimate, with other studies suggesting we could see more than 100 fewer cures. Majority Democrats have previously stated that this is the price that they're willing to pay to give Secretary Becerra and a new $3 billion healthcare bureaucracy the power to determine if a new cure or drug is worth it. That price could be eliminating hope for patients with cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, ALS, diabetes, HIV/AIDS, and much more. CBO also confirmed that these price controls, which tie drugs covered by Medicare to Biden's inflation crisis, will lead to higher costs for future drugs when they launch. So despite the promises for lower cost, this will mean Americans will pay more at the pharmacy counter. Shockingly, there's no pricing floor for the so-called negotiation price, meaning that healthcare bureaucrats could force a drug company to accept a figure as low as $1 or face up to a 95% excise tax. That's not negotiation, that's extortion, and it's going to drive medical investments overseas into the hands of the CCP. It will ensure that American seniors no longer reap the benefits of cutting-edge medical innovation. And the Democrats aren't even using the supposed savings from these price controls on improving healthcare for seniors, but instead subsidizing Obamacare and other unrelated energy projects. If this legislation is passed, 10 years from now, seniors will end up with fewer cures and still no certainty that Medicare will be able to pay for their healthcare. I'll close with a picture of where this scheme leads. Blackouts, more unaffordable electricity bills, more tax hikes, jobs destroyed, no hope to cure diseases, long lines of sick begging the government for more expensive life-saving treatments, an army of IRS agents harassing hardworking Americans, and weak American defenses against adversaries like China and Russia. Republicans stand ready to lift the regulatory burden, flip the switch on for more American energy production, and lower healthcare costs. That's what the American people rightfully want and deserve for a better quality of life. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chairman Byer.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, it's an enormous pride that I appear to testify before your committee today. Let me begin by just saying this morning we just found out that inflation last month was 0.00%. That was the inflation from June to July. You know, we've come a long way adapting to the supply chain disruptions of COVID and the Russia-Ukraine war. We're adapting as quickly as possible, and I was thrilled to see that Gas Buddy yesterday said the average price of gasoline in America was under $4, 3.99. We also note that we are not in a recession. We delivered 528,000 new jobs in the month of July, 9.5 million new jobs in the first year and a half of the Biden administration. The National Bureau of Economic Research, which is the entity formally designated to declare when a recession, clearly said that we are not in a recession right now. Yes, there was a small second quarter dip in GDP, almost completely due to the sell-off of inventory across other businesses. The Inflation Reduction Act represents the most substantial commitment to addressing the threat of climate change in our nation's history. It may well be the most important environmental legislation Congress has ever created. This bill invests $369 billion in creating incentives for clean energy, clean transportation, and energy efficiency. This historic investment will help achieve an estimated 40% reduction in carbon emissions from 2005 levels by the end of the decade. This will help us keep the commitments we made at COP26 in Glasgow and will be an inspiration and a pressure on the rest of the world to act. At the same time, we're delivering real financial relief to American families. Moody's Analytics estimates the Inflation Reduction Act will reduce household spending on energy alone by more than $300 each year. This legislation also makes enormous strides for Americans struggling to pay for prescription medications. Americans often pay 2 to 3 times more than residents of other developed countries for the exact same prescription drugs. And for the highest priced prescription drugs without competition, the bill empowers Medicare to negotiate prices with drug companies. This, by the way, is not price control. The Secretary is required to set the price based on statutory factors, R&D costs, sales data, among others. We don't call it price control when the Secretary of Defense negotiates with Lockheed Martin or Northrop Grumman. We don't call it price control as the Department of Veterans Affairs negotiates lower drug prices for our heroic veterans. We don't call it price controls when Medicare sets the rate it pays doctors or hospitals or nursing homes. This is just a negotiation. That is the very essence of capitalism. I sold cars for 46 years. We were negotiating every day. There was never a price control there. Similarly, the bill limits out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for people with Medicare Part D to no more than $2,000 a year. And it protects against the exorbitant hikes in prescription prices for Medicare beneficiaries by requiring manufacturers to pay a rebate if they raise prices higher than inflation. These are reforms that seniors and people with disabilities deserve, and an overwhelming majority of Americans support this negotiation. It's what they want. And the $35 cap on monthly insulin copays for individuals with Medicare is terrific, but I'm deeply disappointed that Senate Republicans blocked that same $35 cap for the millions of insulin users with private insurance. But that battle is not over. This battle also lowers healthcare costs for the millions of low and middle income Americans by extending the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credit enhancements through 2025. With this bill, large, hugely profitable corporations will finally pay their fair share, just like normal Americans do. And we accomplish this through a 15% corporate minimum tax applied to U.S. businesses with annual profits over $1 billion. Claims by corporations and the wealthy that this package will raise taxes on working families is patently false. In fact, 5 former Treasury Secretaries, Democratic and Republican administrations, came together to issue a joint statement calling out this lie, stating, quote, taxes due or paid will not increase for any family making less than $400,000 per year. And the extra taxes levied on corporations do not reflect increases in the corporate tax rate, still 21%, but rather reclaiming the revenue lost to tax avoidance and provisions benefiting the most affluent. Let me also push back that to my friend on Ways and Means. This is not 87,000 new agents. In fact, only 11% of IRS employees are agents at all. And the current estimate right now is that the money spent on the IRS over the years will at best restore the staff to what it was in 2010, 12 years ago. And at most, 20 to 30,000 new IRS employees, very few of whom will actually be agents. Instead, what it will do is allow us to address the 10.2 million unprocessed individual claims that are sitting in IRS cafeterias around the country right now. This bill is also funded by a 1% tax on stock buybacks. Today, stock buybacks are taxed much more favorably than dividends. And with this, we limit the tax avoidance that makes large shareholders and corporate executives whose incomes are often based on stock price, wealthier, and use the proceeds to find sensible investments in climate and access to life-saving drugs. Finally, the legislation will invest in the IRS to improve services for all taxpayers and make sure that well-heeled taxpayers with armies of lawyers can no longer shirk their tax obligations with immunity and impunity. This transformative legislation is a historic win for America's and families' pocketbooks, for our health, and for our future climate security. I look forward to responding to your questions, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Brady. Thank you for being here. I know that you have to catch a plane, and so normally the rules of the Rules Committee is going to stay here until everything has been asked, but I know you're going to Indiana, and so, whenever you need to leave, just let us know. But we welcome you.
No, thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and all the members of the Rules Committee, and thank you, too, for your tributes to our colleague on Ways and Means, Jackie Walorski. She was, anyone can tell you, she was a happy Hoosier who could light up a room with her joy, her passion, her brilliance, and love of life. There is literally nothing Jackie couldn't do. We all are all shocked and heartbroken, yet grateful to count her as a friend. And in the Ways and Means Committee, we have set up a tribute to her at her seat on the committee dais, where she loved to serve and where she shone so brightly. So thank you for all your prayers. And I will be leaving, catching an airplane to be at the service here soon. Unfortunately, the Senate's latest Manchin-Biden version of Build Back Better is a hoax on the American people. This Don't Say Inflation or Recession Act fails to reduce inflation, fails to reduce the budget deficit, and fails to reduce the world's temperature. If the Green New Deal and corporate welfare had a baby, it would look like this. And who pays to raise this poor child? Made in America manufacturing, small businesses, and Walmart shoppers. Who in their right mind raises taxes in a recession? The answer is President Biden and congressional Democrats who bungled this economic recovery. Other countries are lowering their taxes to fight inflation. Only Democrats who bungled the recovery think this is a good idea. The Biden economy is a very cruel economy, with families skipping meals, eliminating meat, and using their credit cards to pay for daily essentials. Food inflation is not 0.0. It went up 12.9% this past year on families. Inflation is so bad, 1 out of 4 Americans are delaying retirement because they can't figure out a way to make ends meet. We have a shrinking economy, a shrinking paychecks, and a shrinking workforce. President Biden likes to brag he's created nearly 10 million jobs. The unemployment rate is 3.5%. But he's in denial that President Trump created 12.4 million jobs post-COVID and lowered unemployment to 3.5% for the first time in half a century. And here's the difference. Under Republican leadership, paychecks grew twice as fast as prices. The economy was surging, not shrinking, and 600,000 more Americans were working then than under today, this failed White House. In the impact of $350 billion in taxes, you'll see higher taxes on companies that build here in America that will kill jobs, slow the economy, and raise prices. Small businesses, who hire nearly half of all workers in America, will have a harder time surviving. And this $50 billion in higher taxes falls on small business owners who file as individuals. And it's unbelievable. Raising taxes on companies that reinvest in their own stockholders hurts seniors and other savers. New energy taxes will drive up costs for families. And unbelievably, all Senate Democrats, including Vice President Harris, voted for higher taxes on these small businesses so they could protect the millionaires and the billionaires from higher SALT taxes. Our Democrat colleagues love the wealthy, but not so much middle-class families. The Joint Committee on Taxation, not Larry Summers, not a list of liberal economists, the Joint Committee on Taxation reports taxes on Americans will rise for nearly every income level. The president is violating his pledge not to raise taxes on middle-class Americans. And I hope no one is tweeting out that not 1 penny of taxes will be raised. I'm afraid that account could be suspended for misinformation. This bill unleashes 87,000 new IRS agents on American taxpayers, targeting families, farmers, and small businesses. The Congressional Budget Office confirms The largest part of any new taxes collected will come from middle-class families. The biggest target are Walmart shoppers, living, you know who they are, living paychecks to paychecks, struggling to make ends meet under President Biden's raging inflation, with fuel costs making it hard to just drive to the store. They will be hit with 710,000 new audits under the Democrats' bill due to the skyrocketing surge of new IRS agents. It's simple. More cops, more arrests. This Don't Say Inflation or Recession Act contains no language protecting middle-class taxpayers from this army of auditors. Not one sentence, not one word. Don't let anyone try to fool you there. But boy, in this bill, do Democrats love the wealthy. Under this act, nearly $250 billion in Green New Deal subsidies go to the wealthy and to the biggest, most successful businesses in America. These are government checks written to the wealthy, even if they don't owe any taxes. So a single working mom will get hit with a tax hike starting next year, according to the Joint Committee on Taxation. Her taxes will be sent in a government check to a large, successful corporation. A yard man will send his taxes in a government check to the well-to-do family whose lawn he's cutting so they can buy an $80,000 luxury electrical vehicle. Democrats also increase the cost of health care and medicines, kill new life-saving cures, while providing Obamacare subsidies for those who don't need them. Congress's nonpartisan scorekeeper and the Penn Wharton School of Business, University of Chicago, all confirm this socialist price-fixing scheme could be a death sentence for some patients, raising the cost of new drugs, crushing innovation, and killing hundreds of cures. Healthcare inflation is already up 17%. Yet untargeted extensions of pandemic-era Obamacare subsidies do nothing, zero, to address these costs. And they provide more affordable healthcare to some jobless than those who reconnect to work, making the workforce shortage even worse. Democrats hide the true $250 billion cost of making these Obamacare subsidies permanent, creating a massive funding cliff, despite Senator Manchin's pledge not to do so. Higher taxes, more IRS audits on Walmart shoppers, greater inflation, including on healthcare and drug prices, will hurt Americans as we enter a recession. At the end of the day, you've got to ask yourself, do you trust the same president and the same Democrats who drove this economy into a recession and drove prices sky high with yet another economic recovery bill? For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote against this. Yield back.
Oh, thank you very much. And I'm going to yield to Mr. Cole first, 'cause I think he has a couple of questions for Mr. Brady. I know Mr. Brady's got a time crunch, so I wanted to make sure he got his questions in. Then he'll yield back to me. I'll ask mine, and then go back to Mr. Cole, and then the rest of the panel. So, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We certainly appreciate your indulgence. And again, I'll try to be quick. My friend can leave at any point. Again, we know you've got important business to take care of. Mr. Brady, President Biden pledged that there wouldn't be tax increases for any Americans making less than $400,000. However, direct tax increases are not the only way to take more money from Americans. Does the legislation before us today do what Senator Schumer and President Biden have committed to, and just close so-called corporate loopholes, or is it more nefarious than that? Are there really veiled tax increases for all Americans in this legislation?
Yeah, well, look, don't take my word for it, Mr. Cole. The Joint Committee on Taxation, the independent scorekeeper, has reported that almost every income level in America will see higher taxes because of this bill. Clearly, you'll see higher inflation because when you tax made in America manufacturing these days, those taxes end up in higher prices. Small businesses as well, who will frankly shoulder about a $50 billion tax hike here, making it harder for them to write off their losses in bad times as they're trying to recover. You'll see that reflected in higher prices as well that land on Americans. And of course, the energy taxes here, both the Superfund side of Superfund taxes, and then the new methane fees, they will definitely end up in higher energy prices, oftentimes more so in the Northeast. And again, landing on those Walmart shoppers, that are struggling the most under this president's cruel economy. So you can't deny that these amounts, billions of dollars, hundreds of $billions of tax hikes, won't end up landing on American families. And the Joint Committee on Taxation report makes that clear.
And Mr. Brady, one last question, if I can. You and I were both in Congress when President Obama's IRS was found to be targeting conservative groups by misusing its authority surrounding the approval of not-for-profit status. Under this bill, as you pointed out, the IRS would receive $80 billion to hire 87,000 new agents. Do you have any concerns about providing the IRS with this amount of money and personnel and no guardrails or accountability accompanying them?
Yeah, every American should be concerned, and Senate Democrats made it clear they will not put any language in here, this bill, that protects those Walmart shoppers and middle-class families from those army of IRS auditors. It is clear in the bill, even with a backlog of 20 million tax returns and an IRS that rarely even answers the phone, that there is 14 times more money here for the IRS army of agents than there is for customer service. Taking a look at, again, what the Congressional Budget Office showed about the increased audits by going back to those 2010 rates, which this bill does, you will see increased audits at every level of the IRS and at every income level. I worry because the IRS, unfortunately, has a track record of targeting Americans based on their political beliefs. We saw this certainly under President Obama, and we had a succession of what I would term to be corrupt IRS commissioners. You saw that last year as under President Biden. You saw both more targeting of faith-based organizations. You saw the biggest leak of private taxpayer information in American history, to which an investigation has not yet, a year later, been concluded. And there is, of course, a real concern now that the IRS will be weaponized against middle-class Americans. So, yes, I do have real concerns about the amount of money and where it is being used. There's no question, I think, as Republicans, money that was really focused on customer service, working off this backlog, actually helping families struggling with inflation who just want their tax refund back, there's no question we'd have been happy to work with this administration and our Democrat colleagues. But in this case, you cannot deny with a credible face that there will be a new army of IRS agents, and they'll be landing on the Walmart shoppers of America.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. Those are the questions I had for Mr. Brady. I'll yield back to you.
Well, thank you. Let me ask Mr. Byer. I mean, is there anything in this bill that will raise taxes on people earning $400,000 or less?
Mr. Chairman, there absolutely is not. And I don't know, maybe if we repeat 87,000 agents enough times, somebody will believe it. But there's nothing in this bill that suggests this will go when only 11% of IRS employees are that. In fact, Mr. Chairman, I have a recent page from the Joint Committee on Taxation report that I believe the ranking member was referring to, and taxes actually go down in the first 9 categories next year. And not till 2027 do taxes go up 0.1% for people making more than $200,000. Who knows who will even be president then? The whole point here is to raise taxes on, well, let's go back a year. 95 of the biggest 500 corporations in America pay 0 in corporate taxes. So we're only saying if you make more than $1 billion a year in profit, or you have to pay this 15% minimum tax. I don't think there's a single small business in America making more than $1 billion a year.
So basically, the people who are opposed to this don't want to tax billionaires.
Exactly right. This is just taking the tax cheats or the people who are unfairly using the tax avoidance things because they have the best lawyers in the world to avoid all taxes.
And I've been watching some of the news shows, and we heard it here today from some of the testimony that there's a scare campaign going on. I mean, I think the Republicans do not want to talk about lowering the cost of prescription drugs for people or investing in efforts to combat climate change or lowering healthcare costs or energy costs or any of those things. They want people to look someplace else. And so now we're hearing about this army of IRS auditors. Just for the record, I mean, am I right? Is Charles Rettig the commissioner of IRS?
He is, I'm hoping that that wasn't one of the corrupt IRS commissioners that my friend, the ranking member, was referring to.
Who appointed him? I'm just
I
curious.
believe that was President Donald Trump.
Can you say it one more time? Because I want to make sure.
Yeah,
that
President Donald Trump
All right,
appointed.
so this is Trump's
Commissioner Rettig.
IRS commissioner, who we're talking about here today. Let me read from a letter that he sent to the House of Representatives on August 4th. He said, these resources that are in this bill are absolutely necessary. These resources are absolutely not about increasing audit scrutiny on small businesses or middle-income Americans. As we've been planning, our investment of these enforcement resources is designed around the Department of Treasury's directive that audit rates will not rise relative to recent years for households making under $400,000. Other resources will be invested in employees and IT systems that will allow us to better serve all taxpayers, including small businesses and middle-income taxpayers. Enhanced IT systems and taxpayer service will actually mean that honest taxpayers will be better able to comply with the tax laws, resulting in a lower likelihood of being audited and a reduced burden on them, end quote. I'm going to ask unanimous consent that his letter to all of us, this is Donald Trump's appointed commissioner of the IRS. You know, it really, one of the things that people hate about Washington and about politicians is that people exaggerate the truth and sometimes go to really remarkable extremes to exaggerate. Someone showed me a tweet that our former colleague and former Governor Nikki Haley tweeted. She said, Biden's IRS is now going to have more staff than the Pentagon, State Department, FBI, and Border Patrol combined. That's the tweet that she sent out to everybody, and that's what people have been, I've heard people repeat that. It's a ridiculous claim. I'm not quite sure where it even started. I don't know about you, Mr. Byer, or my other colleagues here, but we're getting lots of calls to my district office from constituents who are owed money by the IRS. And, you know, a lot of time has gone by, and they're wondering where the hell is their check. They have questions, and they can't get their calls returned, all because there is this huge backlog. And so they wonder, what are you going to do about it? And so they actually believe we should invest more so that their returns can be processed in a more timely fashion. I mean, it is the estimated staffing number that's covered in this bill is funding provided over 10 years, and many of the additional staff, as you pointed out, I think it's important for anybody who's watching here, understand this, many of these additional staff will replace a significant number of people who are retiring, right? About 50,000 are expected to leave over the next 6 years. So let me say this clearly, you did, but I want to say it again, at no time will the IRS have 87,000 new auditors. And as far as the size of the IRS workforce, and going to what Nikki Haley and some of my other Republican colleagues have been replacing, I mean, when they say, you know, more employees than the Pentagon, State Department, and I mean, like, what the hell are they talking about? I mean, I wasn't very good in arithmetic, but you know, you do a quick Google search and you can figure this out, right? I mean, there are currently 7 times as many civilian employees at the Department of Defense than at the IRS. And when you take into account the entire department, including military personnel, it's about 35 times the size of the IRS. And then then we add in all, you know, all these other departments. I mean, you know, that's, I mean, to say that, to try to deliberately scare people by misrepresenting the truth so deliberately, it's unconscionable. So I ask everyone, stop spreading this misinformation. I get it. You know, maybe you don't want funding for the IRS because you believe that millionaires and billionaires should escape paying taxes with impunity. You know, these big corporations, you know, should not pay their fair share in taxes and get away with it with impunity. But more funding means more resources to crack down on wealthy tax cheaters and corporate tax dodgers. And more funding means that my constituents, those who shop at Walmart, you know, those who are struggling to make ends meet, can get their refunds on time, because it's a big deal for them to get their refunds. And so I just think it's important to clarify the record. I don't know if you have anything to add, Mr.
Just quickly adding that whether it's 10 million backlogged individual claims or 20 million, as my friend, the ranking member of Ways and Means said, you can't address that without more people. So there's nothing in this bill that says how the money has to be spent except to unclog this backlog. By the way, the IRS uses software from the 1960s and 70s called COBOL that they can't find anybody that knows that software anymore. Those people are quickly dying out. A huge part of this is to updo the information technology systems to the 21st century to deal with this huge backlog.
So I've heard a number of claims and fear-mongering about the impacts of this bill. So I just want to set the record straight with a couple of questions. Chairman Yarmuth, how does this bill lower energy costs for Americans?
Well, thank you, Chairman McGovern. What it does is ultimately provides tax credits for people to not just buy electric vehicles. And I'm kind of amused by the rhetoric of our Republican friends who talk about luxury vehicles of $80,000. That's the cap on what you can get a credit for in this. And plus, there's also an income level cap of $150,000 per individual, $300,000 a couple. So the wealthiest people can't use this credit at all. But you will be able to have moderate income people being able to get a $4,000 credit for used electric vehicles, which will then allow them to save money on their energy costs. You have money in this bill to combat or to mitigate discrimination that has historically affected rural farmers, women, minority farmers, Native American farmers. A lot of those programs will help increase the income of people who have been discriminated against historically. And of course, what you have in overall is an overall effort to provide incentives for people to invest in solar and other renewable energy sources that will over time significantly reduce their overall energy expenditures.
Mr. Pallone, do you have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, look, the bottom line is that if we continue to rely on fossil fuels, these are coming primarily from very volatile countries, and it's a monopoly, right, with OPEC. They just keep driving up the prices. As you move towards renewables, you're less reliant on this volatile fossil fuel market. And as a result, energy prices start to come down, and the average person pays less. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, we just can't continue to rely on, all these terrible countries overseas, volatile, Mideast, different places, Venezuela, places that have all kinds of political problems because ultimately it costs us more. So it's not only a question of addressing the climate crisis and the weather conditions. I mean, even the weather conditions, one of the reasons why we have problems with the electricity grid, or the main reason, is because of because of climate change and hot weather and terrible storms and tornadoes and all of that. And, essentially what we're doing between this bill and the infrastructure bill that we passed is hardening the grid, making it easier to move towards renewables, which in the long run are going to be a lot more reliable and bring costs down. So long term, I mean, I have a statistics here. I don't want to keep talking because I know that some have to go, but I have a statistic here that shows an analysis by Resource for the Future that found that this bill would save households between $170 and $220 annually in reduced electricity price. So I mean, we're talking about lower prices for everyone as we move towards renewables in general.
Well, thank you. The gentlelady from Washington said in her opening statement that this bill will hurt senior citizens, but AARP disagrees. And they just sent us a letter on behalf of 38 million of their members asking us to pass this bill. And they said, and I quote, "The legislation will also give peace of mind to millions of seniors with high drug costs by capping their out-of-pocket Part D spending at $2,000 per year," end quote. I ask unanimous consent to insert that in the record. And let me just say to my friends, I mean, allowing Medicare to negotiate for cheaper drugs and capping the costs is wildly popular. I mean, amongst Democrats, independents, and even Republicans. 73% of the American people support allowing Medicare to negotiate prices. 73%. 76 support capping costs. 76%. Who doesn't support this? Big Pharma, I guess, doesn't support it. So let me ask you, Chairman Yammer, how would this act reduce out-of-pocket costs for Medicare beneficiaries?
Well, obviously, if you, first of all, cap out-of-pocket expenses on pharmaceuticals at $2,000 a year, you're saving an awful lot. You're saving millions of Americans significant amounts of money. We have many seniors who pay $10,000, $12,000 or more. If they get a cancer diagnosis or another serious illness, they're going to pay multiples of that. So when you cap out-of-pocket expenses at $2,000, you're saving them an enormous amount of money. And then, of course, for those 14 million or so who the portions on Medicare who do have diabetes and rely on insulin, you're saving them a significant amount of money as well. I mean, to be honest, while I support the cap, I don't really like the way it's being done, because all we're doing is essentially subsidizing the exorbitant pricing of the pharmaceutical companies who are making insulin. And I wish we could actually just, and when the negotiation portion of the bill kicks in 2026, hopefully we can mitigate that because we can negotiate their prices. But for the next few years, all we'll be doing is subsidizing their exorbitant pricing today. But still, in terms of the average Medicare beneficiary, capping their out-of-pocket expense of $2,000 is an enormous benefit. In many cases, it will be a life-saving benefit.
Mr. Pallone, Mr. Byer, do you have anything you want to add?
Well, let me just say this, Chairman McGovern. You know, I don't like to use the term egregious, but I did in this case, because I think that when the Republicans initiated Medicare Part D and they insisted on putting in a prohibition on negotiated prices by the government, what they did was stifle competition. In other words, every other country in the world negotiate prices because you have an ability to do that because you're buying so much drugs through the Medicare program. Why in the world would we not use our clout in a competitive way to say, look, if you want to sell all this stuff to me, to the U.S. government for Medicare, well, then you're going to have to negotiate with me. Why put in a prohibition that says you can't? You know, if the government could have, or they could not have, they could have chose to or not to, but they specifically said no. And I was there. We're not going to do it. And that's because pharma didn't want it, and it's just a giveaway to them. So that's the biggest way. Every time I've tried, and I don't want to get into, I don't like to be too partisan here, but that's the one thing that the Republicans would not want to touch. Anytime we would say, look, let's talk about lowering drug costs, they might talk about the rebate, the inflation factor, they might talk about capping out-of-pocket costs, but they would never agree to have the government negotiate prices. And we know that that's the biggest thing that brings down prices. And every other country in the world, every other developed country in the world does it. And, if we're supposed to be an example of a market economy, why can't we? Why say we can't do it? It's just not fair. It's not fair to the seniors. That's the biggest thing that will lower prices for senior citizens in the drug market.
Thank you. Mr. Byer.
Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things that was raised by both the gentlelady in Washington and the gentleman in Texas is the notion that we won't develop any new drugs. So we won't cures Alzheimer's. The CBO suggests that 1% of new drugs for the next 30 years will not be developed. That 99% of the new drugs that will be developed anyway. But at the same time, today, 25% of Americans can't afford the drugs that are already prescribed. It seems like a huge win to me to be able to make today's drugs affordable rather than miss 1 out of 100 in the years to come. By the way, the 99 that will be developed are the 99 that have the greatest impact on people's lives.
And just one last question, Mr. Barr, because I just want to make sure that everybody, the current commissioner of IRS was appointed by which president?
I believe that was President Trump.
Thank you very much. Look, let me just close by saying, look, we're here today to lower costs for hardworking American families. And this bill, as you have heard, will lower prescription drug costs, protect affordable care coverage for millions of people in this country, and lowers energy costs for consumers. And we're also making the boldest investment in our history, to combat the climate crisis. As I said in my opening, putting our country on the path to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. And this bill will start to unrig our tax code by finally making corporations and the wealthy start to pay their fair share in taxes. My constituents all have to pay their fair share. Yours do too. Why is it that we have a system where millionaires and billionaires and big corporations can get away, as you pointed out in your opening, Mr. Beyer, many not paying any taxes at all? It's outrageous. It's an insult to our constituents. And we're doing this all while actually reducing the deficit. And I would just point out for the record, something when my friends were last in charge didn't care very much about. And we are actually doing that. So this is a good deal for hardworking American families. I'm proud to support this historic legislation. And with that, I'm happy to yield back to my colleague from Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brady, we know you've got to go, but before you do, if you care to respond to anything, I want to give you that opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cole. Look, when you're selling a hoax to the American people, your best hope is to cry misinformation. But unfortunately, maybe, Americans can read this bill. I would like to submit for the record this Congressional Budget Office analysis that makes under this bill, audit rates will, quote, rise for all taxpayers. Let me say that again, rise for all taxpayers. That this would return the audit rates to the higher level of 10 years ago, that it is virtually impossible for Democrats to squeeze enough money out of the wealthy to meet the dollars in this amount. And without question, families making under $200,000 will end up paying for the vast majority of any new revenue collected under this bill. That's one correction. Secondly, Democrats probably ought to read their own bill. In this, while they say there's no money for much enforcement, there's over $45 billion devoted to more IRS agents, a fraction, $3 billion for customer service. In fact, nothing in this bill requires the IRS to address the backlog at all. And I have been referencing the Obama years with the IRS targeting when we saw corrupt IRS commissioners. Commissioner Reddick is doing his best at this job, but he, unlike Democrats, we're not pushing for a private bank surveillance scheme that would be a dangerous attack on the privacy of families, small businesses, and farmers. Final point, Mr. Cole, while I love this misinformation about negotiation of drug prices, can you imagine if the federal government walked into, say, a car dealership and said, we will set the prices for your vehicles for every buyer. And if you don't agree with us, we will take 95% of the cost of every vehicle that you have. How many how many auto dealers would say, well, that's a fair negotiation? And by the way, since I can no longer afford to sell you vehicles, how many more new vehicles and late models and new innovations will I build if you're going to take virtually everything that I spent developing those new vehicles? That's what's called negotiation in this bill. And I'll point out, every Democrat in Congress voted against the prescription drug program for Medicare. In fact, then Leader Nancy Pelosi said it would be the end to Medicare as we know it if Congress provided life-saving medicines to our seniors. Yet today, thanks to Republicans, 50 million or more seniors count on this plan for life-saving medicines. In this bill, our Democrat colleagues screw this up about as much as you can. As a result, you will see higher launch prices for new cures and treatments if they are developed. And while some say, oh, don't worry, only a few cures won't be developed, what if that's your cure for Alzheimer's, for dementia, for Parkinson's, to ALS? I think the most expensive drug ever is the one that's not developed because of this government price setting. There's no question as well, the design of this is so bad, it will actually encourage drug manufacturers to raise prices up to inflation each year. And they goof up the Medicare D benefits so badly, the redesign results in higher Part D premiums for seniors, so much so Senate Democrats had to put $40 billion in there in the hopes that they could keep these prices down for our seniors. So at the end of the day, there's no question about this. These taxes will land on middle-class families. You can deny it all you want, but it will. It will drive inflation further, and there is no question IRS audits are going to land on Walmart shoppers no matter how much you deny it. I yield back, Mr. Cole, and I apologize. I will be heading to the airport at this point.
Well, thank you very much, and Mr. Chairman, thank you again for your indulgence so that Mr. Brady can go about his business. And it's okay, then I'll move on to my questions to other people on the panel. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Smith, last time you were before us to discuss this reconciliation bill, we still hadn't received a full score from the Congressional Budget Office. Is there a full score for the legislation that we're considering today?
Ranking Member Cole, it's a practice that's happening quite regularly in the House of Representatives. No, there is no CBO score on this bill that was passed out of the Senate. There was a CBO score over a week ago, but it has not included the numerous changes that were done during the vote-a-rama in the Senate that had tens of billions of dollars of changes.
So we would be, if this bill were to pass, we're passing something we really don't have a full score on. Is that correct?
That's completely correct.
Okay, and also, again, I'm thrilled my Democratic colleagues finally come to the realization that inflation is a real problem because they've put that in the title of the bill. Was there anything in this bill that actually addresses inflation, that actually would lower this extraordinary 40-year high that we're in right now?
Mr. Cole, I would say that they definitely named this bill the wrong name. They, as you know, it's laughable and it's absurd that it's called the Inflation Reduction Act when even the witnesses today, they have spent more time talking about all the Green New Deal policies that's being implemented, that in fact, that's what they should have called this bill instead of the Inflation Reduction Act. In fact, if you go through this bill, which I have, the words environment and green are mentioned 7 times more than the word inflation. So that's clearly what they should have called it. But if you even take the word of Penn Wharton, or if you take the word of over 230 different economists, and even the Congressional Budget Office, which is supposed to be the official scorekeeper for Congress, they will say that this bill won't reduce inflation. And in fact, with its hundreds of billions in near spending, it will increase inflation in some aspects. And even Bernie Sanders has kind of agreed with us whenever he was giving his takedown of the legislation on the over the weekend. So it definitely should be called the Green New Deal instead of the Reduction Inflation Act.
Yeah, well, personally, I think it's also worth noting the last time that our friend from West Virginia, Mr. Manchin, complained about inflation, he voted for the American Rescue Plan, which everybody agrees has been a major component in causing the inflation we're dealing with right now. So I guess he figures if you just change the name, you change the outcome, but it doesn't necessarily work that way. You have to have substantive things in there, and they don't exist. Let me go to Ms. McMorris Rogers, if I may. Another severely concerning provision in this legislation is the drug pricing component that we talked about. I frankly wish we were here considering H.R. 19, a completely bipartisan bill that would actually lower out-of-pocket spending and protect access to new medicines and cures. Can you outline how this really Washington takeover of drug pricing included in this bill could impact future research on cures for life-threatening, dangerous diseases?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cole. I appreciate you asking the question. Several years ago, we came together and we passed on a bipartisan basis legislation around cures so that America would lead the world in cures and breakthroughs. And at a time when there's exciting research, it should be our goal to be leading on this exciting breakthrough and all of what this means for millions of Americans. Unfortunately, the approach that's taken in this legislation is it really is government price setting. It is government price controls, and it's going to have a devastating impact on new breakthroughs for cures and treatments. There's been several independent analyses, including CBO, who have consistently concluded that fewer cures and treatments will come to market with this approach. On the lower end of the spectrum, CBO has estimated up to 15 fewer medicines coming to market, whereas the University of Chicago estimates that as many as 135 new drugs will never come to market over the next life cycle of drug development. Another study concluded that if these type of price controls had been enacted during the last decade, only 6 out of the 110 approved therapies in the study would have made it to the patients. This legislation would reward companies for their ability to navigate a healthcare bureaucracy instead of really focusing on patients. It's going to discourage companies from investing in the R&D. And I'm very concerned about further movement of capital and medical innovation overseas. CBO has also found that the inflation caps will lead to higher launch prices for new drugs coming to the market. I would urge the members of this committee, the members of Energy and Commerce, to come together around H.R. 19. The Chairman McGovern mentioned AARP and their support of the price caps. That's agreed upon. We agree on the caps of out-of-pocket for seniors. H.R. 19 is bipartisan. It will actually help our seniors without jeopardizing the innovation and cures that bring hope to so many Americans.
Thank you. Let me turn to another area, if I may, Ms. McMorris Rogers. Methane is primary component of natural gas, and this legislation effectively, creates a natural gas tax by taxing methane. Can you please expand on your concerns with that tax and how it might impact negatively impact the energy sector?
Well, I appreciate you raising this issue because there's been a lot of lip service about bringing down the cost of gas, the cost of energy that is at a record high right now that impacts everything that we buy. And this legislation is only going to make it worse. What is included is it's a tax on natural gas. And natural gas impacts our entire economy. You think about the price of fuel, food, manufactured products. This is going to hurt all Americans, and especially our most vulnerable, those that are already having a tough time paying the bills. Chairman Brady or Ranking Member Brady talks about the Walmart shoppers. I was recently told that for the family that makes $50,000, a year ago, they were spending 20% of their budget on gas and food. Today, it's 50%. This is absolutely hitting our lowest income, the hardest, and this is only going to make it harder. And, I also want to just push back. The chairman of Energy and Commerce was saying that, we don't want to be dependent upon other countries. We don't want to be dependent upon adversaries like Venezuela, or we don't want to be dependent upon OPEC for our energy. I would urge the chairman, I would urge the members of this committee, let's unleash American energy rather than taxes like on natural gas and other refining. The refiner's tax and natural gas tax is only going to make it harder in America. This bill We're talking $369 billion in clean energy programs. Yes, and I hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that they want more renewables, wind, solar, and batteries. Ladies and gentlemen, those supply chains right now are controlled by China. And so what this legislation really means is billions of dollars going to fund manufacturing in China and supply chains that come from China, wind, solar, and batteries. We need to unleash American energy, not tax American energy or make it harder for American energy. And we need to figure out how we manufacture. There's nothing in this legislation that address permitting, and that it's impossible to permit a solar farm in the United States. Well, not impossible, but it takes so long that companies and others can't meet their climate goals. Let's come together. Let's figure out how we can actually unleash American energy, bring down gas prices, rather than this approach that's only going to make it harder.
And finally, Ms. McMorris Rogers, just looking through the bill, there's egregiously high amount of funds appropriated to act as really effectively slush funds for Democratic and Green New Deal projects. $27 billion to the EPA for Greenhouse Reduction Fund, $3 billion to the EPA Climate Justice Block Grants, $250 billion in new loan guarantees authorities to the DOE. Can you expand on any concerns you might have about the existence of these funds and how that money would actually be used?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it really is an unprecedented amount of money, and it's only going to contribute to more inflation. And inflation is just a hidden tax on hardworking Americans and their families. It's so much of this legislation is only going to make it harder to produce American energy. And as you outlined, many of these programs, this is only going to lead to more waste, fraud, and abuse. I think back to President Obama had this stimulus that included a similar type of program. And one of the most egregious examples was Solyndra, $500 million that unfortunately was lost. But this is a $250 billion similar type of a program. I'm deeply concerned about writing blank checks while crippling American energy security, and that's not going. It jeopardizes reliability. It jeopardizes affordability. We need to really get focused on unleashing American energy that is cleaner, that is reliable, that's most affordable. It's the best thing that we could do to help people right now all across this country.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're very generous with the time.
Oh, thank you. And the CBO cost estimate was brought up, and I just want to state for the record, I think everybody knows that this bill reduces the deficit. That's not an argument. The only question is by how much. And CBO has confirmed that it will reduce the deficit. While we don't have a final number yet, I suspect that it will be in the tens or hundreds of billions of dollars in savings. So one estimate from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget says it saves almost $2 trillion over 2 decades. And I just say to my Republican friends, that's what your tax bill cost. That's what it added to the deficit. So yeah, we don't have a final number, but I don't think there's no question at all that this bill will reduce the deficit. Happy now to yield to Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to support this bill. It's something, it has pieces that I have campaigned on for 16 years, and I'm going to be very proud to have voted on it before I retire from. I want to start with negotiating the drug prices. I mean, that by itself is enough to support this particular piece of legislation. That is a huge step forward for America. So I don't know if any of our panelists want to talk about that a little bit, but that is something that has been needed for decades. So Mr. Pallone, I see you nodding your head. You may want to comment on it, but I I want to talk about that and the affordable, continuing to provide the subsidies for low-income earners to the Affordable Care Act. So if you might comment on both of those.
Well, thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. Let me just say, I listened to the ranking member, and we agree on so many things. So I hate to be so contrary here, but I have to be honest. I mean, when she had the dialogue with Mr. Cole and they talked about HR 19, which is the Republican alternative, it really isn't. As I said before, the one thing that is missing is negotiated prices, and everyone will tell you that the main way to keep prices down and reduce costs is negotiated prices. Yes, it's true that in the Republican alternative, there's some effort to cap out-of-pocket costs. There's some effort to deal with the inflation factor. But discussions have never been possible with the Republican side about negotiating prices. They're just opposed to that. And Mrs. Rogers mentioned government price setting. This is not government price setting. This is a capitalist competitive approach. It's basically saying, look, we're buying all this stuff from you, and so we want a better price. That's what negotiation is all about. It doesn't set the price. It says, look, I'm buying all this stuff from you, just like you go to a department store, everything else. I'm going to buy a lot of stuff. You got to give me a break. I mean, that's all it is. That's the essence of capitalism, in my opinion. That's what I perceive as capitalism.
I'd say to my friend, Mr. Pallone, you're absolutely right. And I can tell you the people here in Colorado, that it's a complete no-brainer. And to try to confuse it and say, oh no, negotiation prices, give me a break.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a desperation in the Republican arguments today that I haven't heard in a long time. So let me move to something else. I want to move to the climate change piece of this thing, because that's something else that is just front and center in the minds of the people that I represent. We get the smoke from the fires in Washington. And, my people wanted us to do something about that. And we are taking dramatic steps in this bill to provide incentives to manufacturers, unlike what Ms. McMorris Rogers was saying, for manufacturers to make solar panels here, to make the windmills here, to do the biomass here, to really advance renewable energy. And we incentivize Americans to buy that stuff so that we can change the direction that our climate is going to just get hotter and drier and hotter and drier. Mr. Pallone, you want to comment on that?
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. Look, the approach here is totally incentivizing things. It is not mandating or regulating, it's incentivizing. That's what the approach here is. So you're absolutely right. When Mrs. Rogers talks about China, and I agree with her that China's what we got to watch out with, Beijing certainly, and they have kind of cornered the supply chain. They make more solar panels. They make more of the parts for the windmills. But we need to turn that around. And the only way you're going to turn it around is by giving these, investment credits and incentives to develop the capacity for that domestic manufacturing and the components needed for clean energy tech. So, don't let China lead the energy transition. Let us lead it. Let us take that back and create the jobs that are involved in it. And the one other thing, I know you didn't mention it, but Mr. Cole and Mrs. Rogers mentioned methane. That is not, there's no tax on methane. There's no tax on gas. It's an incentive to drive down excess methane pollution. So basically it says that it establishes a methane waste emissions threshold for petroleum and gas, and then applies a charge for waste emissions exceeding those thresholds, right? And so it's not a tax, it's a charge that only applies like a fee to wasted methane above these thresholds. So again, it's an incentive. If you want to pollute and you want to pay more, fine. Hopefully, I don't know that anybody would, but we're trying to say, look, we'll set a threshold. We want you to stop wasting all this methane. I mean, I don't want to keep talking, but if you drive down the turnpike in my district and at night you see those flares from the refineries that people comment about, well, we want to capture that stuff. We want to capture it and reuse it. Why should we
And-
send it into the atmosphere?
All right, so let me just take that one step farther, and then I've got some other questions. In Colorado, wells that have been drilled in and around the Denver area and throughout our state, we're an energy producing state. But the wells often leak methane.
Exactly.
And there is a tremendous opportunity. And we've actually, in a couple of science hearings, have had testimony from businesses that detect the methane. This will help incentivize more of that kind of research and manufacturing. And then when you detect the methane, one, you get the pollution out of the air and you keep the gas in the pipeline or at the well so that those guys can sell it. So the arguments that I heard concerning methane are completely crazy.
Absolutely. And
Crazy.
again, most of people think that greenhouse gas emissions are mostly from utilities, coal firing. But when we had the climate conference last year that I went to, I don't know where it was. I can't remember. Oh, in Glasgow. The big emphasis was on methane. That is a major source of the warming of the planet. And why not capture it and reuse it? I mean, and provide an incentive to do that. Why not?
So two other things in this section, and then I want to turn to Mr. Yarmouth to talk about sort of the financial and economic component of some of the arguments that I've just heard. But in the bill, we have a major piece of litigation going on with respect to a very big rural electric co-op here in Colorado, where the membership of the co-op would like to advance in terms of their energy production and incorporate more renewable energy, but the co-op still has a lot of coal-fired and sort of legacy type of utilities. This bill helps both the co-op and the member that would like to get further ahead in using renewables by providing incentives for those rural electric co-ops to do renewable energy, and may, I got to look at it a little closer, may help resolve this conflict that exists between this big co-op and one of its major members. That's one thing I wanted to point out. And to Ms. McMorris Rogers, as a Westerner here, there in this bill is $4 billion to deal with the drought that all of us have suffered in the West. Some years it's a little worse than other years, but there is a major piece dealing with the sort of drought mitigation in this particular piece of legislation, and it's dedicated to the West. So for when you guys are having your fires or we're having ours, we want to deal with that, and this bill provides that. Now, the last thing I want to talk is to Mr. Yarmouth. Ms. McMorris Rogers really caught my attention in her testimony today. So she was, as I see this thing, there's finally a tax on the biggest corporations that haven't been paying tax on profits over $1 billion. I mean, this is not Mrs. McGillicuddy who lives down at the end of the street. This is maybe, I don't know, Apple or Amazon. I don't know who they are, but they got to make $1 billion, and it's setting a minimum in profit, and it sets a minimum tax. But all of a sudden I was hearing, well, this doesn't do anything for inflation. Inflation's way up. It's going to get worse under this bill. Everyday Americans are going to be punished by this bill. And, I had a telephone town hall Monday night. We had 10,000 people on that call. We did a poll about this bill, kind of laid it out. Now, maybe I laid it out a little bit, in a I think I laid it out in a neutral fashion, but you're never sure about that. But 57% of the people on the call supported the bill, 24% did not, and 19% didn't know. And looking at some of the polling across the country, we've seen similar numbers, that Americans really understand that this is good for the climate, it's good for healthcare, and it's good for the federal budget. So, Mr. Yarmouth, I know you had some thoughts about some of the remarks by Ms. McMorris Rogers.
Well, thank you, Mr. Perlmutter, and fellow lame duck. It's good to be with you. that's one of the problems with this whole discussion today, and we've been through it time and time again, is that the statements are made which are designed only to scare people with absolutely no validation, no underlying documentation. Ms. McMurtry-Rogers just said a few minutes ago that people are now spending 20% of their income on energy and food costs, and that could go to 50%. Now, that is an outrageous statement. I defy her to come up with any documentation that would even come close to that analysis. If inflation is in fact 8.5% on she was talking about a $50,000 income family, that's $4,000 a year, 4,000 plus. That's the total inflation. So how in the world does that go from increase that portion of her expenditure from an additional $4,000 to $15,000 a year, which is what she was implying. And it's just that you can't just scare people and expect that democracy can survive realistically when you're told to make such irresponsible statements. There's absolutely no basis. When I debated in high school, if you made a statement like that and against me, and I would challenge you, I would win the debate automatically because that was basically you couldn't support the statement you made. In politics, you don't have to support the statement you made. One of the things that, again, this whole nonsense about drug companies and life-saving drugs being foregone because of we're going to negotiate prices with them. I just ran these numbers last week. The top 10 drug companies in the country in 2021 had net income total of over $250 billion. That wasn't business. That wasn't gross income. That was profit. You're telling me that if we negotiate, let's say 10% or 20% discount on the drugs they sell us, that they're all of a sudden going to stop their R&D efforts when they have so much money they don't know what to do with? All of this defies logic. I mean, I watch the ads. We see them all in D.C. The big pharma ads trying to criticize this bill. They fought this negotiation provision going back to 2004. And sure, they don't like it. They want to set prices wherever they can set them. They want to set insulin prices at 20, 30, 40 times what any reasonable amount would be. I looked at Pfizer. Pfizer has provided a great service to the country in developing the vaccine. And by the way, we helped them do that. Last quarter, Pfizer reported $11.4 billion in profit. $11.4 billion in profit in one quarter. Now, would that have been, if we had negotiated a different price with them, the 20% less, 30% less, and by the way, the government, the taxpayers paid for most of the vaccines. Would that have hurt them? Would it have kept any life-saving drugs off the market? Of course not. This is just ludicrous. So let's get real. Let's face the facts that there are certain things that right now in this economy that are easily fixable, that only huge money going to politicians prevent us from doing that. One of them is lowering prescription drug prices. This bill, for the first time, again, since 2004, does something to help the consumer of pharmaceuticals. And we just need to be honest about that. And I wish we could have the kind of responsible debate that could result in much more logical and effective policies.
I've got one last question, and this is for Mr. Byer. There's been criticism of the title of this Inflation Reduction Act. But from my vantage point, and especially after having discussed it on this telephone town hall for a long time, where the questions were posed, how does it reduce inflation? I can certainly see it reducing inflation in the energy arena. I see it reducing costs in the healthcare. But Mr. Byer, how do you see it?
Well, Mr. Perlmutter, thank you very much. You know, I'm not a PhD economist, but I'm surrounded by them on the Joint Economic Committee. And I was in the business for 46 years. And just simply, when you reduce the budget deficit, as this bill does, that's anti-inflationary. And when you raise taxes on corporations making more than $1 billion, that is anti-inflationary. And when you bring down the cost of all fossil fuels by the electrification of automobility, by all the new electrical cars that are not buying gas, that brings down inflation. And when you cut the cost of prescription drugs, that brings down inflation. Almost every part of this bill is moving us in the right direction. We're already at 0.0% month over month, and we hope much more of that will come. By the way, my friend, the ranking member Ways and Means, was pulling my leg about negotiating with CARBs. Before I was in public service, I sold many cars to the U.S. Department of Transportation. They used to crush them in crash testing, and we would always negotiate. And the nice part was that if we would negotiate, that they walk away. But you never don't want to negotiate. This is the whole idea of business. You have to get to yes. So this so-called high tax only kicks in that rare case or perhaps non-existent case of people refusing to negotiate. And one more factoid. I read today that U.S. pharmacy profits in the last year exceeded worldwide global R&D for all businesses. So this is not about cost recovery. Cost recovery happens way, way, way a long time ago in the profit curve.
I thank the gentleman. I yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Burgess? So I think we'll come back to Dr. Burgess. We'll go to Mr. Rushenthaler. You got to put your mic on. Although it's okay if you want to keep it off.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, thank, that was the most magnanimous thing I think you've done with me on the committee to date, is telling me to unmute. I appreciate it. So thank you. Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, there was a lot of talk about points you made during your testimony. Would you like a chance to expand on your statements or have a rebuttal?
Sure. Well, maybe the Democrats don't want to recognize how costs are increasing, but over the last year, it's pretty dramatic. Even this last week, as I've been around Eastern Washington, I've heard cost increases down at WSU, Washington State University, new building. It's 25% above what they had thought. Millions, new terminals at the airport. They thought that they had accommodated for inflation and increased costs, and it's still going to be significantly higher. And this is real. The cost that people are paying is real, and there's nothing in this bill that is actually going to reduce energy cost, bring down inflation. By spending more money, more taxpayer dollars, that doesn't reduce inflation. And so I wanted to, I'd love to talk a little bit more about the prescription drug price controls that are put in place in this legislation. It's really disappointing that we haven't been able to come together, because we agree, Republicans and Democrats agree that we want to bring down, we recognize we want to bring down the cost of prescription drugs to seniors, to Americans all across this country. And that's why we've worked on bipartisan legislation that would include a cap on out-of-pocket costs. But what this bill does is not negotiation. And that is why I keep coming back to this, because the bill has a statutory ceiling price, which is tied to the drug's non-federal average manufacturing price. But the kicker there is that there's no price floor. So that means, as you think about a political appointee at Health and Human Services, the secretary, they get to decide what that price is going to be, and it could be well below the market value. There's nothing that would prevent them from making it as low as $1 and require companies to accept that price, or pay an excise tax of up to 95% of the gross sales of that product. So, yeah, I would just highlight that there is negotiation in Medicare Part D. There's no negotiation between the plans. And if you, the plans negotiate with the manufacturers, if you are in Medicare Part D, if you don't like your plan, then you have choice. What this does is it takes that away at the cost of innovation and breakthroughs and cures, which I outlined earlier, but just devastating at a time when there's so much hope. We all meet with the different disease groups that come to Washington, D.C. and walk the hallways, and they're just so in need and hopeful for research and what it's going to mean for saving lives, improving outcomes, curing diseases. And this legislation, according to many studies and analysis, is going to have a devastating impact on new cures and breakthroughs, which is the most disheartening part of this approach.
Thank you. And then I just want to shift gears and talk about energy a little bit. I know we've heard these claims that the Green New Deal style policies in this bill will actually reduce greenhouse emissions, but it's my understanding that we were actually reducing our emissions just because we had unleashed the natural gas sector of the economy. Do you want to talk about the trade-off where we're declaring war in essence on the natural gas sector of energy while
Yes.
doubling down on failed policies of wind turbines and solar panels?
Thank you. I appreciate the question because we're having this big debate over the methane emissions reduction program. It targets natural gas. And what has been unleashed in the United States of America because of new technology that has allowed us to capture more abundant natural gas. It has driven the carbon reduction here in the United States of America, and it's the best thing that we could do worldwide to bring down carbon emissions is to unleash natural gas. That is why America today, the United States of America, is leading the world in bringing down carbon emissions more than any other country in the world. At the same time, China's now emitting more carbon than all the rest of the world combined. And what this legislation does is impose fees. Fees are taxes. It's increased cost on natural gas. So the companies that are using, and I also wanted to highlight that many companies in the United States, because we do lead the world in bringing down carbon emissions, and we are committed to new technologies, many companies are already capturing methane and voluntarily implementing the technology that will result in us leading the world. But this type of an approach, when you add fees, when you add taxes on natural gas in this instance, it's going to make everything more expensive for American families. Anything that touches natural gas, all of the supply chains, which, that's the price of fuel, the price of fertilizer, food, and it only causes then more inflation. And I am concerned that natural gas is just the tip of the iceberg. There's 180 million Americans that use natural gas to heat their homes, run their appliances. 5.5 million businesses use it for their workplaces. And this bill gives EPA sweeping authority to expand this program, this natural gas tax, to other sectors, including agriculture. There's no guardrails around the EPA, and we've seen the EPA abuse its authority in the past. There's I won't get into that right now, but that's very concerning of me too.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member McMorris Rodgers. I appreciate it. Mr. Byer, in your testimony, you were talking about, you were referencing, I think I wrote it down, a small dip in the second quarter, saying that we're not currently in a recession. I'm just curious, how do you define recession?
Well, because there are so many different perspectives on it, the tradition in America for the last many, many decades is to let the National Bureau of Economic Research define when we're in a recession or not. Most economists, as we read every day, see many different signs, most of them signs of strength, including the 528,000 jobs last year, the 0% inflation, the 9.5 million jobs so far, the fact that we have now about 11 million jobs advertised, down a little bit from 11.5 million, which is the most in American history. The ratio of jobs advertised to people looking for jobs is the highest it's ever been in American history. The two pieces that people who think we might be in a recession point to are the very small decreases in GDP in the first and second quarter. The second quarter, by the way, is completely explained simply by the pay down of the sell down of inventories, not by consumer spending, which was up almost 6%, or wages, which rose significantly too. So at this point, I think most of us will stick with the National Bureau of Economic Research and say we are not in a recession right now.
Yeah, the group you reference actually called the 2007 recession years after that started. So you can take how helpful that group is on your own account. But would you stipulate that historically a recession has been defined as 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth?
No, I would not stipulate that. I'd say that 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth has been taken as a minimum qualifier for a recession, but not sufficient unto itself. And by the way, every economist I know predicts a third quarter that will be much stronger, which will make the other 2 quarters seem irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the definition of recession. It's quite remarkable because the whole time I was learning about this, whether it be in college or even high school, it's always been defined as 2 consecutive quarters of GDP decline. I can read you the definition that I'm pulling from the Oxford Dictionary. It defines recession as a period of temporary economic decline during which trade and industrial activity are reduced, generally identified by a fall in GDP in 2 successive quarters. Could you stipulate that that's the Oxford Dictionary definition?
If you're reading from it, sure, but let me emphasize the word generally. You also have to look at the overall economic, what's happening to consumer spending, what's happening to employment, what's happening to labor force participation, and many other things. So when you put generally in, also you have to look at the size of the declines. And we're talking 0.4%, 0.5% of 1%. And also you need to know,
Mr. Byer, I commend you with the logistical yoga, quite remarkable. Mr. Smith, would you like to try to define recession?
Thank you, Representative. I just wish that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would spend more time focusing on the real issues instead of spending so much effort in titles of bills that don't really represent the bills, are changing and redefining terms. Like this administration trying to redefine a mother as a birthing person. I mean, this is the type of stuff that the American public is so sick of. A representative, for the last 75 years, it has been a common definition amongst all economists that when you have 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth, you are in fact in a recession. And, you know, this is the same folks on the other side of the aisle that said that we were not having inflation. And then when they did say that we had inflation, they said it was transitory. And then they said it was because of COVID. And then they said it was because of Putin. And now they have a piece of legislation that's all about green energy tax credits for the wealthy, and they have defined it in their title as the Inflation Reduction Act. Let's focus on what's at hand. And if I could, Representative, this bill, the American people sees what's going on. This bill spends $745 billion whenever you look at the budget gimmicks and the fake sunsets. And it spends $745 billion. And what have we heard today is that we've taken polls, and the polls say that the American people want this. Well, I'd like to remind everyone, Representative, that just over a year ago, when they were trying to push through the first reconciliation bill, the American Rescue Plan, back in March, when it passed, March of 2021, we argued their poll numbers on the House floor. They continue to stand up on the House floor saying 64% of Americans want us to pass this $2 trillion bill that is supposed to defeat COVID. But less than 9% of it actually went towards healthcare and putting shots in people's arms. Well, guess what? Once the American people saw what they got in that $2 trillion bill, they weren't happy with it. In December of this year, 21% of Americans said that they benefited from that $2 trillion wasteful bill. But you know what was in that bill, Representative? What was in that bill was gifts to their buddies, their political friends, their donors. $250,000 for pickleball courts in Michigan. $2 million to plant trees in Syracuse, New York. And guess what? They made sure those federal prisoners got $783 million in checks. And who had to pay for it? The American taxpayer, because they have seen inflation go up 13.7% since Joe Biden has taken the oath of office. And that means they're paying more to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars every day. And that's a real cost. $5,900 per family in just an inflation tax is going to cost all Americans this year, is what's projected. And that is more than a month's salary. More than a month's salary just because of reckless government spending. And what does this body want to do? They want to try to spin themselves out of an inflation crisis and tax themselves out of a recession. The American people ain't having it, and they're paying attention.
Mr. Smith, I just want to, I'm sorry, Ranking Member Smith, I just want to dive a little deeper into a few points that you made. We keep hearing that this bill is going to benefit the middle and the working class. Yet there's a litany of subsidies for the wealthiest Americans. You touched upon that in your remarks just a minute ago. Would you like to go a little deeper?
Absolutely. And Chairman Brady also hit on it. When you look at a lot of the green tax credits that's in this piece of legislation, more than $250 billion is there to benefit the wealthy. Even Chairman Yarmuth mentioned in his testimony that you can qualify for an electric vehicle tax credit if you make $150,000 a year. Guess what? If you're married, that's $300,000. Let me tell you, I don't know what every district represents, but I can tell you someone who makes $300,000 in the state of Missouri is a 1%er. That is the wealthy of the wealthy. Our family of 4 in Southeast Missouri makes roughly $40,000 a year. So just the tax credits, the electric vehicle tax credits for people making $300,000 a year, the tax credits for people wanting to green up their personal homes, up to $300,000 a year, subsidies for Obamacare, families making up to $300,000 a year. I mean, the list goes on. The large corporations that they say that they dislike so much, billions of dollars to allow them to use tax credits for their green opportunities. The thing about this legislation is that if you follow underneath the command and control of the Democrats and you follow underneath their green policies, you will benefit. But if you're not someone who wants to embrace all their green policies, you're going to face significant tax increases.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, I know a few times you've made reference to EVs when you've testified before this committee before. I always find the argument that electronic vehicles are going to reduce carbon emissions to be an absolute red herring because, of course, the energy to power the electric vehicle is coming from usually a coal-burning power plant. So would you like to talk about the EVs, how it relates to these government handouts to the wealthy to get EVs in the ultimate environmental benefit?
Thank you for the question. I think it is a very important point. I would like to see the Energy and Commerce Committee have hearings on the impact of electric vehicles, but we haven't done that yet. And the legislation in front of us is, as my colleague Mr. Smith was just pointing out, it's billions and billions of dollars in subsidies to some of the most wealthy in America to buy an electric vehicle. And I'm very concerned about supply chain issues. We are shutting down American energy, making it harder on natural gas, on American energy producers, more taxes, taxes on refineries in the United States, and promoting this agenda hundreds of billions of dollars to purchase wind, solar, electric vehicles, batteries that come from China. And, you think about the average price of an electric vehicle is more than $60,000. That's way out of reach for most Americans. And less than 1% of the cars on the road today are electric. And this is, just to underscore what Mr. Smith was saying, this is benefiting the most wealthy. My district, the median income in Eastern Washington, in the district that I represent, is $52,000. And the comment that I made about Walmart, the Walmart shopper that is making $52,000 a year ago, they were spending 20% of their income on gas and food. And today it's 50%. That is real. And that is impacting hardworking Americans in Eastern Washington. And this idea that you can just buy an electric vehicle, or that somehow the government paying a big subsidy to people making up to $300,000 to buy an electric vehicle is going to bring down inflation, just doesn't add up to me.
Thank you, Ranking Member McMorris Rogers. I appreciate it. Ranking Member Smith, I want to talk about these IRS agents. As you know, this bill calls for the hiring of 87,000 IRS agents, supposedly to go after billionaires. Do you know how many billionaires there are in the United States off the top of your head, Mr. Smith?
I wouldn't have a clue.
Well, if I
know that I'm not one of them, I can tell you that.
Me either. If I were to tell you that there was just over 700 billionaires in the United States in this current year, would that surprise you?
That sounds about right. Probably. Yeah.
Would you like to take a stab at why we would need 87,000 IRS agents to go after just over 700 billionaires?
I mean, Representative, I would say that the reason why they have spent so much time justifying this $80 billion is because there's a lot of problems with it. And they're starting to figure out the American people don't want $80 billion to go to hire 87,000 new auditors. Let me just also point out, there's been a lot of comments, Representative, about the IRS commissioner that Trump appointed. Well, let's talk about the IRS commissioner that Obama appointed. He just recently said that that $80 billion is 3 times the amount that's needed for the IRS. 3 times as much. So even Obama's IRS commissioner is saying that this is astronomical and that he doesn't see how you could efficiently use this money. And the fact that there's really not a plan of exactly how this money is going to be spent is alarming. However, what we do know, and everyone says the facts are the facts, we know that the stat is that only 4% of this is going to be used for customer service. 4% of the $80 billion will be used for customer service, but 96% goes to enforcement. Enforcement sure sounds like auditors to me. And the folks back home, anytime they get a phone call from the IRS, they're not looking forward to it. And also, another fact is that under this proposal, 700,000 new audits will be targeting those who make less than $75,000 a year. These are facts. Just because these facts may scare you, these are facts. Take the $80 billion out of the bill if you don't like it. Don't fund the IRS $80 billion. Even Obama's IRS commissioner said $25 billion is the most that the IRS would need to be back to the same levels of 2010.
Mr. Reschel,
Thank you, Ranking Member.
Mr. Reschel, can you just suspend?
I'm going to yield back.
Okay. I just
Oh,
wanted.
sure, I was going to yield back, but sure, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know Ms. McMorris Rogers needs to leave, and so, and I think Congressman Carter is going to come in for her at some point, if not already here, but we're okay with all that, yeah, that's okay. I now yield.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I was going to yield back to you. Thanks.
Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to add my voice to the chorus of strong support for the Inflation Reduction Act. This is profoundly beneficial and long overdue legislation with powerful progress on climate rescue, on dramatically reducing prescription drug prices, on reducing inflation, and on making the largest and most profitable corporations in America pay their fair share in taxes. Mr. Pallone, I've not been here quite as long as you, but even in my third term, I can remember when our GOP colleagues would come here and they would openly deny the existence of climate change. They would reject the science, they would blast the scientists, and they would engage in climate propaganda and disinformation. But now, as the country is broiling under insufferable heat waves, as the West is consumed with forest fires, and the Midwest with drought, and the East and the South with record flooding and heat waves and record velocity storms and so on, they don't come forward and deny climate change anymore. They just don't mention it. They just don't talk about it, as if it should just be up to be the grown-up party, the responsible party that deals with the problem of climate change. And so I'm proud to be supporting this legislation, which will cut climate pollution by 40% 2030. And I'd like to ask you, Mr. Pallone, whether people see climate change who want to analyze it, tactic, really have any alternative to in dramatic in this legislation.
Well, look, let me say what I've seen over the years. The last time that the Republicans were in the majority, I had tried to include in the organizational plan for the Energy and Commerce Committee having some hearings on climate change, and they were flatly denied. So we weren't even allowed to discuss it. I would say that a lot of the members of Congress have moved towards, on the Republican side, have moved towards, instead of denying it, they say, well, it's there, but it's not human induced. So what we hear now more than it's not real is, yeah, it's true, the climate is warming, but it's not human induced. Most will still deny that it's human induced, but whether it's human induced or not, we should be doing something about it. And that's exactly what this bill does. I mean, this bill really goes very far towards addressing the goals of the Paris Agreement. And even if you don't, I know you do, but I mean, even if people don't care about the Paris Agreement, they acknowledge just the reality of the fact that the planet is warming. I mean, I'm here in New Jersey, in my hometown, and we haven't had any significant rain since July 4th. And this is the garden state where we, continue to grow a lot of vegetables and fruits and everything, and we're in a drought. So, I mean, I think you have to admit that the climate is warming. I just, if I could just bear with me a second, because I know that the previous conversation with the Republicans and Mrs. Rogers was about, EVs, that if you use an electric vehicle, you still have to get the power from a utility, and that's mostly coal-fired. That is not the case. What's happening now is utilities are moving away from coal-fired. Most of them switched from coal to natural gas. A lot of them now are definitely investing in renewables. And what we do in this bill is to spend something like $300 billion in investment tax credits, production tax credits, to get everyone, utilities, industry, manufacturing, individuals, to move towards renewables. So if you do switch to an electric vehicle, and I'm be the first to acknowledge that that's not easy because they are expensive and they're not always available. So that is true. We need to do more in that respect. But you are definitely cutting back on the amount of pollution that comes into the atmosphere from using gasoline. And the fact that some of the utilities are still using coal, it should not be a reason not to do it, because that is diminishing. The utilities increasingly are diminishing. And what we're doing here is addressing the fact that in so many ways in this bill, whether it's providing those financial incentives for utilities to move towards renewables, cutting back on the use of gasoline for transportation, cutting back on methane. These are the three major factors for polluting, for causing greenhouse gases. And we're addressing all of them. So that's why, Jamie, Mr. Raskin, when you say that this achieves a reduction of 40% by 2030, it's all those different factors that contribute to the greenhouse gases and the warming of the planet that are addressed here. And I haven't even touched on a lot of them. Those are just some of them.
Well, I appreciate that very much. In fact, I wanted to ask Mr. Yarmouth about one provision which really stood out for me, which is that the bill would give production tax credits to accelerate U.S. manufacturing of solar panels, U.S. manufacturing of wind turbines, domestic manufacturing of energy efficient batteries, and so on. This is great. I'm wondering if Mr. Yarmouth can explain exactly how this provision works and what we hope to accomplish with it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Raskin. And you raise a really critical point. And some of our Republican friends have talked about this bill would subsidize the Chinese battery industry and so forth. It is anything but that. The criteria that are placed on the electric vehicles that would be eligible for the credits are actually probably too onerous in a sense in terms of promoting domestic manufacturing and assembly. There are about, I saw a number earlier today, it's something like 70% or so of currently produced electric vehicles would not qualify for the subsidy because too much of them are either assembled or come from batteries or other components that are produced elsewhere. So this is kind of an initiative to promote the production of domestic batteries. We have a new plant that's going to be built in not too far from my district in Kentucky, a $5 billion plant. Several of these have been announced all over the country. We have new initiatives to promote the production or the processing of certain important minerals that go into the production of the batteries and other components of the cars that now we are totally dependent upon foreign nations for. So a lot of the initiatives here do exactly what I think the American people would want us to do, which is to promote the increased manufacturing and assembly of electric vehicles in the United States, as well as the solar panels and other elements of the renewable economy. So in terms of going in the right direction, and again, this is all directional, going in the right direction, I think this bill definitely sets us off in the right path.
Thank you, Mr. Yarmouth. And another provision I can hardly contain my glee about, like Mr. Perlmutter, is the one that finally repeals this special interest ripoff rider that was slipped in to the Medicare Part D provisions, which prevents the government from engaging in any negotiation with Big Pharma over the cost of prescription drug prices in the Social Security Medicare program, but rather forces us to pay whatever price they set. And when I first learned about this, I was told that it was the Republicans, specifically the chairman of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, Billy Tauzin, who slipped this provision in, denying Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices, a power that the government enjoys in the Medicaid program and enjoys in the VA benefit program, but it was just blocking billions of dollars more in expenses, estimates of like $25 to $30 billion extra for the government every year. And apparently just a few months after accomplishing that legislative victory, Billy Tauzin left Congress, retired from Congress, and became, what do you know, the president of Big Pharma, making more than $2 million a year. Mr. Pallone, I've done some research in the newspaper accounts, which seems to back that up, but he occupied the same position you have now. Is that right? Is this how this whole thing came about?
It is true, but I would also say that I like Mr. Tauzin quite a bit. But yes, everything you said is true.
All right.
But the one thing, if I could add, Mr.
Yes.
Raskin, is this. I don't want to contradict you, but they did put it in. I mean, the Republicans insisted on it when they created Medicare Part D. But we had a very robust dialogue with them at the time, saying that this was outrageous and pointing all the things out that you and other Democrats have pointed today, how this is outrageous, it's anti-competitive, it's anti-marketplace oriented, and that it would drive up prices and was just a giveaway to pharmaceuticals. So it was very, Billy may have tried to slip it in, but we caught it and we had a very robust dialogue.
I got you. You tried to blow the whistle. Well, let me come to Mr. Byer just about the policy implications of, because Mr. Byer, you're a successful small businessman, an auto dealer. Which sounds more like the free market to you, and which sounds more like something we could describe as corporate socialism? Either the big pharmaceutical companies set the price and dictate the price to the government, and we have to accept millions of people in the Medicare program, or the Medicare program can actually negotiate free market style with big pharma to determine what the prices will be. Which seems more like the free market to you, and which sounds more like corporate dictate?
Let me think about that for a minute, Mr. Raskin. The second half. Clearly, negotiating, having the give and take in the business world is what constitutes the free market. That first part sounds like monopoly, or even worse, autocracy in the business sense. It's the price, take it or leave it. I was wondering, as I was listening to some of our friends on the other side attack this, wonder if letting drug companies dictatorially set the price and you can't vary from it, why not do that prohibit the private sector from negotiating their drug prices? Why not prohibit the VA from negotiating the drug prices? Wouldn't we get more special drugs out of that? It's just crazy. It seems it's the heart of capitalism to allow negotiation.
Finally, I just want to ask a couple of factual questions. I know that the Democrats in the Senate were fighting for a $35 a month limit in prescription drug costs for seniors who have to buy insulin for their diabetes. Is that part of the plan? And also, did the annual out-of-pocket cap of $2,000 a year for all Americans under Medicare Part D, did that survive in the Senate? Is that part of the plan now? If somebody could clarify that for me.
It is, if I could clarify, it is basically you have the $2,000 cap within Medicare out of pocket. That is in the bill.
That's for everyone.
What's that?
That's for everyone in the Medicare.
Everyone in the Medicare program, right. Also, the inflation rebate is in the bill, which means they can't raise prices more than inflation. Otherwise, they have to pay a rebate. What was the other thing you mentioned?
With the $35 a month.
The $35 is, yes, the $35 per month cap on insulin. Now, I think there might have been is also there. Mr. Raskin, I think the danger came because we as Democrats wanted to apply these things to the private sector, to the commercial market, right? And what happened is the parliamentarian, because it's a reconciliation process, says that they couldn't be applied to the commercial market. And so the $35 cap, these things are only within Medicare, not to the commercial market, to the private market. But I will say this, I believe very strongly that by doing this in Medicare, because most of the insurance industry looks at the Medicare price, whether it's insulin or it's the various drugs that are being negotiated, I think you will see this end up applying in the marketplace, in the commercial marketplaces, because the insurance industry will say, well, if the government's only paying that much for a drug, or you only have $35 for insulin, then we're not going to do it either. You follow what I'm saying?
I got you.
I think this will leach into the commercial market, but we couldn't do that with a reconciliation bill. And the Democrats in the Senate kept the $35 cap per month for the commercial market in the bill. And during Vote-A-Rama, the Republicans voted to take it out because we had to have 60 votes. They did take it out.
All right,
But it's still in
Mr.
Medicare.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back, but I just want to close by saying that I'm extremely proud to be supporting this legislation. The more I learn about it, the more excited I am. And this really does exemplify the difference between our two parties, because our party believes that the government has got to be an instrument for the public good for everybody and not just the big corporations. And so I'm thrilled about the handiwork of these committees, and I thank them, and I yield back to you.
Thank you. Now, I think we're going to yield to, I think I see Dr. Burgess.
I tell you, Chairman, I'm in a really tough part of in the journey right now, but it's raining so hard I can hardly hear. So let me continue to hold, and we'll let someone else go.
Okay. All right, so, all right, Ms. Scanlon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Mr. Raskin, I too am very excited by this legislation to see a bill that's going to deal with the issues that my constituents are most concerned about: medical costs, the inflationary impact of the deficit, which went way up after the reconciliation bill passed by the Republicans in 2017, the ability for Congress to finally close some of these tax loopholes that are allowing the wealthiest among us and corporations to not pay their fair share, and to finally take substantive action on the climate issues, which are posing an existential threat to our nation and our children. So I'm very excited about all of the provisions in this bill. Mr. Pallone, today I had occasion to meet with some constituents, some members of the Delta sorority. We're doing some voter registration at a local health clinic, and one of the Deltas was telling me she's 89. Her husband is 86, I believe, and they had to fill some prescriptions, 4 prescriptions yesterday, and they had to pay $200 out of pocket, which was a lot for them. They're going to have to pay that again before the end of the month. So how is this bill going to help folks like my constituents, older Americans who are on Medicare and need to maintain their prescriptions in order to stay healthy?
Well, I don't know how much detail you want, but I mean, basically what it says is that the Secretary of Health and Human Services is required to negotiate drug prices on the highest cost single source drugs in Medicare that have been on the market for a long time. And it establishes the maximum price the Secretary can negotiate based on whether or not these are the drugs that have cost the most, or whether prices have gone up the most. And so I do believe the most important part of this is that once we start negotiating prices for drugs, and we will go after the ones that are, have the biggest price increases, they'll see the actual prices, come down significantly, because we pay a lot more for these drugs in the United States than they do in all these other countries, whatever, Japan, France, Australia, than they do in all of of the other developed countries. But also this cap on Medicare Part D out-of-pocket drug spending at $2,000 a year is significant. A lot of people say, oh, $2,000 a year, but they don't realize that many seniors pay a lot more, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a year out of pocket. And so that's significant. And then it requires the drug manufacturers to pay a rebate to Medicare if they increase their prices faster than the rate of inflation. And they have been doing that significantly, particularly during this COVID period. So I think that although the rebate is to the government, they're not going to want to pay a rebate to the government. So that's going to be a factor. I mean, those are the 3 most important things, other than that, if they're taking insulin, the $35 cap on insulin per month. Those are the key.
Thank you. Yeah, and even if that $200 they had to pay was on a monthly basis, that's $2,400, right, annually?
Sure.
So they're going to see at least $400 in reduction.
And a
Um,
lot of seniors take multiple drugs, not just one. They'll take 4, 5, 6, depending on the need.
And am I also correct that extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies allowed an additional 13 million people to get coverage? And so we're extending those subsidies for 3 more years?
Yes, so when we did the American Rescue Plan, we had enhanced subsidies at every level because, as you pay a certain amount depending upon your income and the rest is subsidized. All those were significantly increased for the years 2021 and 2022. And then for the first time, we also provided some subsidy if your income was above 400% of poverty, which, in a state like mine in New Jersey, if you have a family of 4, you can easily get above that 400%, right? It's at middle class, really, at that point. So that is extended for the next 3 years, so for 23, 24, and 25. And we now have the highest, as a result of that enhanced subsidy over the last 2 years during the Biden administration, the level of people that are uninsured is at an all-time low, and we want that to continue.
That's amazing. Mr. Byer, do you have the IRS issues in your bucket? Do I have that right?
Among others, yes, I do. Very good.
Among others. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's been really interesting as this bill has worked its way through committees, first in the House and then in the Senate, certainly all of us over the last few years have had to deal with complaints about the IRS not being able to process tax returns in a timely fashion, not being able to get people their stimulus checks. So I've learned over that time that that it's seriously underfunded and understaffed to do its job, and also that we're anticipating tens of thousands of IRS agents to retire in 2 years. So we essentially have a shop that needs to be propped. But I've also been kind of stunned to learn about the fact that the IRS is still operating on a computer system, the COBOL system, which was antique, I think, when I was in college. So can you tell us a little bit about how the investments that this act is going to can help the IRS do its job so it brings in dollars that people, particularly rich people and rich corporations, owe, so that we can fund the government in a way that it benefits everybody?
Thank you for framing the issue so very well, and for giving us a chance to point out again that so many of the ways it's been characterized by our Republican friends are just not fair or accurate. Let's begin with the fact that the greatest expectation is that the IRS may, with this investment, get back to the employment level they had in 2010, 12 years ago. Let's also add to the fact that there's nothing wrong with having IRS staff become increasingly efficient over the years, so perhaps they could deal with twice as many claims with fewer people, but there was no IT improvement over those years as they were starved. So I don't know anybody that's taught COBOL for 20 or 25 years. So we're really running into the danger of not only an antiquated system, but a system that few people around left still to even program or improve. My friend from Missouri said that only 4% is dedicated to direct customer service. That may be technically right, but remember, those are the taxpayer advocates. Most of the taxpayer folks are processors. They don't have direct customer service. They're going to try to deal with those 10 million backlog of individual IRS claims that are sitting in IRS cafeterias around the country. By the way, too, a significant part of that $80 billion will be spent on improving the computer systems, the IT, which, by the way, makes the processors and the customer service agents that much more efficient. Hopefully the backlog in terms of return telephone calls or just answered telephone calls will go way, way down because of this investment. And what we have, what we have to continue to say is 87,000 new auditors, 87,000 new agents, it just isn't happening. One of my friends on the other side said, how many billionaires are there? Only 700. However, there are 20.2 million millionaires in America. And that millionaire is 1 million to 999 million. So there are going to be many, many people, way more than 700, who are in the category of underreporting their income and where an audit actually makes sense. Audits barely fell for people making less than $200,000. They plummeted for people making more than $1 million a year. That will perhaps be rectified with this IRS investment.
And I understand that a lot of the impetus for the investment is to deal with that. Certainly millionaires and billionaires are not filling out their income tax forms themselves. They have armies of people helping them try to evade taxes. So I think this is a wise investment for the country, particularly, I mean, we've got some prime examples of folks who claim to have been under audit for years and years. Otherwise, they would have revealed their tax returns. So I think this is a good investment.
Charlie Rosati, who had been one of the IRS commissioners, hopefully again not one of the so-called corrupt IRS commissioners referred to by an earlier friend, that those of us with W-2 incomes and 1099 incomes, and most of the people on this call, all of us I hope, report 99% of our income. But those that have lots of other passive income sources, stocks and bonds, real estate and the like, perhaps as little as 50% of that is reported. And so that's where the huge tax audit, the unpaid but due taxes, the fair tax share is missed out, and why a stronger IRS can help collect that.
Thank you. And the last thing, as I understand it, well, so we know that our national deficit ballooned following the 2017 Republican tax cut bill. How is this bill supposed to help our national deficit? It brings it down, doesn't it?
It brings it down quite a bit. And it's really the first down payment on that we've had structurally in quite a long time. Let's also note, I just read yesterday that the deficit's down, I believe, $1.72 trillion just from last year. We're making an enormous progress from the deficit that was built up in the last years of the Trump administration because of the COVID crisis. And Democrats and Republicans together voted for those COVID relief bills that pushed it up. But we're moving strongly in the right direction, and now for the first time, we're actually making a significant down payment on it.
Thank you. And of course, the largest tranche of spending in this bill does have to do with crime reduction and making the types of investment that are so important. Mr. Yarmuth, if you could just highlight, what do you think is the most important climate piece here?
Well, again, I think, thank you for the question. I think the most important thing is that we are changing the incentive structure of the government in order to put us in a certain direction. And the aggregate effect of this, both in terms of promoting electric vehicles, renewable energy, all of these things, mitigation techniques, resiliency, all are going to push us in the direction where a variety of expert organizations have said will help us meet our goal of reducing carbon emissions by 40% by 2030. That's an enormous amount of progress to be made in 8 years. And again, we've never even approached this kind of government initiative to deal not just with climate change, but also to set us on an energy efficient economy that will save consumers a lot of money. And if I can just add one thing, I've been chomping at the bit a little bit. Ranking Member Smith, again, scare tactics, threw up this notion of 700,000 additional audits being done of this. There are 150 million individual tax returns filed in the country every year. 150 million. So you're talking about an additional 0.5% of audits, where we know that hundreds of billions of dollars of money that is owed but not paid and is out there for us to capture. And the idea that we are inconveniencing anybody or we're on some kind of assault on America's middle class because we're going to increase audits by 0.5% is just ludicrous.
Thank you. Thank all of you for your testimony. I mean, I'm really looking forward to voting for this bill because I think it does address some of the most pressing problems for our constituents in our country. The high cost of healthcare, the deficits that drive inflation, the climate change issues that are so front of mind, particularly for our young people. So, maybe not everything we want is in here, but I think it's a great bill, and I'm looking forward to voting on it on Friday. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to yield to Ms. Fishbach.
Chair, I appreciate the opportunity. And, first, I just would like to address the agriculture funding in the bill. The funding levels have not been considered in markup. We have no idea if the USDA even has the capacity to properly utilize the amount of funds provided, seeing as they work with around $900 million each year compared to the roughly $20 billion provided under this bill. This is not to mention the major staffing shortages that impair the even current funding level we provide. Altogether, I have serious concerns over the potential for abuse and misuse of taxpayer funds given these factors. This funding is for Farm Bill programs outside of the Farm Bill process, meaning again, it has not received any hearings or debate within the House Agriculture Committee. It has not received input from our side of the aisle, meaning it circumvents the traditionally bipartisan process of creating a farm bill. It has not received any input from stakeholders. There is no doubt that this will complicate the farm bill process, which has already begun, but needs to be complete next year. More importantly, I was just out in the district doing farm tours and visiting with producers. Not a single one of the farmers I spoke to asked for this funding. They are asking us to address fuel costs, input costs, inflation, supply chains, and bureaucratic overreach, issues unaddressed in the bill before us. I think it goes to show my colleagues' priorities and how out of touch this legislation is with the American people. I do have a couple of questions. I did want to ask Ranking Member Smith. Ranking Member, proponents of the bill argue that this legislation will fight inflation by reducing the deficit. And I think we've talked a little bit about it. As I understand it, the bill increases the deficit in the short term. Is the bill providing the kind of front-loaded deficit reduction that would be expected to help with inflation?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Thanks for the question. If you even follow and go along with the budget gimmicks and the fake sunsets that the Democrats have put in this bill, the first 5 years, Representative, the first 5 years underneath this bill will add $54 billion to the debt. $54 billion, and 80% of their projected deficit reduction doesn't begin until the year 2029. That's 7 years down the road, Representative, to start addressing inflation. 7 years. And those are the facts. If anyone wants to argue those facts, let's do it. But the first 5 years under their fake budget gimmicks and sunsets, under that, $54 billion is added to the debt.
And Ranking Member Smith, I would think that we would want to reduce the deficit now while the inflation is at record highs. And I'm assuming you would agree with that.
Absolutely. The reason why we have the problem with this inflation is the trillions of dollars of reckless government spending. And they're trying to inject $745 billion more dollars of spending and adding almost $150 billion to the debt. But under even their budget gimmicks and fake sunsets, it's adding $54 billion to the debt in the first 5 years. Representative, I know the IRS audits have came up so many times. I just want to, it has some real impacts on people. And I was just looking at your state. I wanted to point this out to you. With this proposal, for families who make less than $200,000 a year in the state of Minnesota, 17,000 more families will face an audit with the IRS because of this $80 billion investment to hire more IRS agents. I don't think the folks of Minnesota would be happy with that.
And I would agree. Thank you for pointing that out, Representative Smith. And the other, I did want to, Congressman Smith, just give you the opportunity to comment. You know, even though you're on Zoom and I am too, I can see you react to some of the statements that have been made. And so I wanted to give you the opportunity, if there was anything that has been said that you wanted to comment, that you would have that opportunity.
Representative, I thank you very much. I've been grateful that I've been able to respond to a lot of them, but in regards to the tax burden that's being affected because of the tax increases on here, I just want to point out that the joint tax has said that one fourth of all corporate tax increases will rest on individuals. One fourth of it will rest on individuals. So those are tax increases that's going to fall right on the taxpayer, and joint tax has said that. This bill right here does two horrible things. It spends hundreds of more billions of dollars, and it taxes hundreds of billions of more dollars. The idea that the solution to our inflation crisis and the idea of our solution to the recession is to spend our way out of inflation and to tax our way out of recession, the American people aren't buying it. They're not going to support it. You can push all the numbers you want on polling saying that the American people want it. This is an environmentalist wish dream. This is a proposal to try to buy off a lot of the wealthy environmental donors at the expense of hardworking Americans who are surviving barely to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. And this is only going to continue to drive inflation. It's going to make inflation longer in this country and worse in this country.
Well, and I thank you very much for that, Ranking Member Smith. And I just wanted to turn to Mr. Carter for just a moment, and just offer him the opportunity. I know you kind of have joined the conversation late, but if there was something that you had heard that you would want to comment, Mr. Carter.
Well, I thank the lady for yielding. And yeah, I want to comment. I've been sitting here listening to y'all talk about drug pricing and how this is going to help. Listen, everyone here collectively doesn't understand drug pricing as well as I do. I have lived it. I've practiced it for 42 years. I've practiced pharmacy. And you're missing the point here. It's not the drug manufacturers. It's the PBMs, the pharmacy benefit managers, the middlemen. They're the ones that are making the profits here. And who owns the PBMs? The insurance companies. That's who owns it. Why is the FTC undertaking a study right now, as we speak, to look at the vertical integration that exists in drug pricing now, where the insurance company owns the PBM and owns the pharmacy? They're going to make money along the way. The Berkeley Research Group just did a study about 3 months ago that showed that only 37% of the price of a prescription drug goes to the pharmaceutical manufacturer. The rest of it, where does that go? The 63%? It goes to the PBM. They get rebates. Do they pass them on to the customers? No, they don't pass them on to the customers. They keep them. And who is the PBM? It's the insurance company. And what are we doing here? You're simply pumping up the insurance companies. That's why I've got legislation. And look, nobody knows better than I do. I was on the other side of the counter for 42 years. I was the one who had to go tell people how much their prescription was going to cost them. I was the one who had to watch them make a decision, the senior citizens make a decision between getting groceries or getting drugs. I was the one that watched the mother in tears call a family member trying to get money to pay for her antibiotic for her child. That was me. I was the one on the other side of the counter. I know all too well how big of a problem this is. I also know all too well how much research and development means. Let me tell you, folks, I started practicing pharmacy in 1980. And when I started practicing in 1980, if you were diagnosed with hepatitis C, you were going to die. You were going to die if you were diagnosed with hepatitis C. Today, we can cure it with a pill. One pill, we can cure it. How phenomenal is that? And what's that a result of? The research and development. Now, do pharmaceutical manufacturers need to do a better job with their pricing? Yes, they do. There's no question about that. But I'm telling you, you're missing the point here. It's not just them. It's primarily the PBMs. How long have I been preaching that? For 8 years since I've been in Congress. 8 years. You got to have transparency in the drug pricing chain. These PBMs are keeping their profits. They're keeping those rebates. They're the ones who are holding the drug companies hostage and saying, if you want to get on our formulary, you give me a rebate. That's the way you're going to get on our formulary. You go to the doctor and you get diagnosed with high blood pressure, and they're going to tell you, your insurance company is going to tell you, this is the drug that you can use for high blood pressure. I don't care about the side effect profile that you have. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is that we're getting the biggest rebate right here. And therefore, that's what you're going to get. That's the drug you're going to get because it's on our formulary. Hey, if you want to pay more, that's fine. But if you're going to pay this copay, this is what you're going to get because I'm getting the biggest rebate from them. Look, I've got an amendment I'd like to talk about. The biopharmaceutical companies, they bring cures to patients.
Mr. Carter, we're not at the amendment stage. You can testify after this panel about your amendment, but this is a question and answers, the opening panel, so.
Hey, keep railing then, that's fine.
All right. Well, I thank you, Mr. Carter, and I appreciate that. And I think that your discussion about the PBMs and the input there points out once again that if the bill had really been any kind of discussion and input from all of the members or more of the members, that it certainly would have been an improved bill and you would have addressed some of those things. And just once again, disappointing that we don't follow regular order and do the kinds of things to get the input from all the sides and all of the input that we should when we're putting together legislation. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I just want to, again, re-enter into the record because it seems that we keep on going down this IRS conspiracy theory, embracing some IRS conspiracy theory of somehow that this money is designed to go after Walmart shoppers or people who earn under $400,000 a year. I want to reinsert into the record the letter from the commissioner of the IRS, which basically disputes that. And just humor me, Mr. Beyer, who appointed the current IRS commissioner?
Donald Trump appointed the current.
Yeah, maybe I should be scared by that. But the bottom line is, I just think it's important to know that that's from Donald Trump's IRS commissioner. Mr. Morelli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by associating myself with your comments at the outset about our colleague, Ms. Walorski, and her staff, and keep them in our thoughts and prayers. And I'd like to thank the witnesses for coming before the committee this afternoon, Chairman Pallone and Yarmuth and Beyer and Ranking Member Smith. It's great to have you all with us. You know, I'm as I've heard this discussion this afternoon, I'm sort of reminded of that old quote from Shakespeare. Only in this case, it's the GOP instead of my lady. Much, methinks. I actually disagree with Ranking Member Smith. I think this is exactly what the American people want. I think it's what they want us to do. And I think we'll find over the next several weeks as people begin to digest the elements of this, I think you're going to find that there is widespread support for it. But I want to take a moment. I think all the discussion has been very illuminating. You've sort of gone through each of the parts of the bill. But I wanted to take a moment to focus on one of the things that I'm most focused on in talking to constituents and what I've heard for now years, and that's the measures to cut the cost of prescription drugs. And for years, we've been lamenting this skyrocketing cost of prescription drugs, how much this takes out of a family's budget. we've talked about how exponentially more expensive medications are in America than in most of the industrialized world. And we've seen the devastating toll it's taken on our constituents who are forced to either ration medication or skip doses because they can't afford to refill their prescription. Earlier today, I was with a constituent, Susan, who I didn't ask her, but is likely a Walmart shopper. Susan is 72 years old. She's not working, not because she gets to enjoy a comfortable retirement, but because of disability from spinal stenosis, a condition that puts significant pressure on the spinal column and greatly restricts movement. On top of that, Susan has diabetes and a host of other medical challenges, no doubt made more difficult by the spinal stenosis. She relies on 10 different medications. The cost is astronomical. She used a term today in our conversation that I had not heard before, drug hopping. She said she does a number of things. First is she'll take half a pill instead of a full pill. She'll also go through the 10 different medications that she's on, and she sort of prioritizes what she can take at any given moment. She has a heart condition, so she takes the heart drug every day, she said, because she wants to keep on living. The other drugs she sort of parses out, not according to the dosage given to her by her doctor, but what she can afford. She also swaps drugs with her friends. She'll find those that have some extra of something. Maybe she has extra of something or can put off taking something, and they give it back and forth. I'd never heard the term. I didn't know that people went to such extraordinary lengths to make sure that she said, I can keep living because I like life and I want to do whatever I can to stay here and be here. The legislation we're talking about today is going to change Susan's life in fundamental ways. Allowing Medicare, which, by the way, this is about as a Republican a principle as you can get, using the big volume of purchasing, using the ability of the size of purchase you do to exact the best price you can. I mean, that's sort of market-based economics 101. I didn't do so well in school, but I remember that from my State University Macroeconomics 101 course. So this is about making sure that as we're buying and making use of the economies of scale, that we're able to do that. It's unimaginable to me that for 57 years that Medicare's been around, that we haven't done it long before this. So that's going to lower the cost. The cost of insulin, reducing that to $35 a month for Medicare recipients is really life-altering, because this is not only a life-saving, it's a life-sustaining drug. People cannot live without it if you have diabetes. And there are millions of Americans, particularly older Americans, who continue to have diabetes, get diabetes in younger year onset. And this will be life-saving for them, as will, and people have mentioned before, the annual cap on out-of-pocket costs is transformative. Susan, paying for 10 prescriptions, spends well in excess of $2,000 a year on her out-of-pocket costs. This is going to change her life. She actually wept while we were talking about this. Real tears, talking about how difficult her life has been, how she can't go out with friends. She can't go to restaurants. She said she can't even go to McDonald's because the cost of doing what she has to do to maintain her health is just so excessive. And she was weeping tears of joy talking about what we're doing. So at a time when costs are already high, especially for older Americans living on fixed incomes, the savings from the legislation will mean the difference between paying the air conditioning bill and utilities or not, affording groceries to put on the table or not. This is delivering real relief for families. So for all the talk that we have in Washington and all the things that we often talk about that seem sort of hard to touch, that aren't tactile, this is. And I know Susan and all the other seniors that I met with this afternoon desperately want this. There's much more to do. I think others talked about it, particularly on the private insurance side, to again use the size of purchasing power to drive down the cost of prescription drugs. It should be for all Americans, not just for seniors. But given the limitations of the Senate, we have what we have. So we're going to continue to fight for those, and I appreciate particularly Chairman Pallone on this issue, your continued advocacy for it. But at the end of the day, no family should be forced to choose between filling a prescription and having food to eat. So this is an important step forward. It is real. It affects people day to day. I'm proud to support the underlying bill, and I'm looking forward to voting for the bill and certainly in support of the rule. And again, thank you to our chairs and the ranking member for being here. And with that, Ms. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Ross?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I make my remarks, I just want to remind the committee, I know I'm just a freshman, so I did all my research, like why we're going to have 3 hours of debate and all the rest tomorrow. But this bill is back to us on concurrence, and it has gone through regular order. And I was a state legislator, and what happens is you do all your work on your side, you send it to the other side, they do all the work, they don't do things you like sometimes, they do other things you like, and then they send it back for concurrence. And what they've sent us back, maybe not everything we want, but it's pretty good. And my constituents want it, so I'm going to concur. And with that, I just want to kind of give this a little context. At the start of this Congress, which has been quite a Congress, I mean, I was appointed to the Rules Committee and then had to come the next morning and deal with impeachment for a president who clearly has been derelict in his duties, or was. We faced unprecedented challenges, including the pandemic. And we have stepped up for the American people to deliver meaningful relief. We are putting people before politics. And this is a once in a generation bill, and it's an example of our efforts. And it deals with issues that Congress has simply just kicked the can down the road about. And you've heard about them all afternoon. It's a monumental piece of legislation that will reshape and improve our country's commitment to major issues affecting every single American. It reduces healthcare costs for families. It slashes greenhouse gas emissions. It invests in clean energy. It creates millions of manufacturing jobs, and it ensures that businesses pay their fair share. For decades, we have heard from Americans of all backgrounds imploring Congress to find solutions for these concerns. This legislation, it takes us one step forward to doing that. I'm particularly excited that this bill represents the most significant investment to combat climate change in U.S. history, ever. It's an investment in clean energy that will strengthen our energy independence and lower energy costs for consumers across the country. In my home state of North Carolina, we've dedicated years to rethinking and improving our renewable energy options. And we are a leader in the Southeast and in the country. We recently announced a historic $1.2 billion investment in VinFast, an electric car manufacturing company set to bring over 7,500 jobs to our state. And I've spent the past year working across the aisle to create offshore wind opportunities in North Carolina, which are supported by our major utilities and the Chamber of Commerce. Offshore wind energy represents one of the best options in our toolbox to reach our clean energy goals, powering millions of homes, lowering prices, and creating thousands of high-quality jobs. My state is perfectly positioned to lead this multi-billion-dollar industry. And I'm pleased that this bill will end. We talked about the prior administration. They had a moratorium on offshore wind leasing, just kind of shutting down options for our utility and for our future. This act takes North Carolina's investment in clean energy and multiplies them, substantially improving Americans' lives and bolstering our nation's capabilities, all while reducing the deficit. We will be reducing the deficit for generations to come. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak on this historic legislation and to vote in support of the rule and the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. I I want to ask unanimous consent to put into the record a couple of letters. One, a business support statement for the Inflation Reduction Act signed by some of the nation's leading energy companies, and also a letter from the small business majority strongly in support of this bill, saying that the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 strengthens small business by closing tax loopholes and ensuring that large corporations are held accountable and pay their fair share. This is critically important because our nation's tax system has unfairly benefited the largest corporations at the expense of small business owners, their employees, and independent entrepreneurs. They also say that the proposed bill also includes support for access to affordable quality health care, which we know significantly impacts small businesses and their employees because they have historically comprised a disproportionate share of the working uninsured populations. And I will have those in the record. And Dr. Burgess is on his way here. And so if people could just be patient because he was unable to ask his questions in the car. Just, are you almost here, or do you want to ask your questions from where you are?
I'll do E.
No,
It's hard.
I don't think we can hear you from the car.
Mr. Chairman, can he yield to me?
I'm happy to yield to you. Mr. Carter, do you want to be yielded to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I want to finish what I had started a few minutes ago about this drug pricing part of this. And listen, this is serious. I've been doing this ever since I've been in Congress. Finally, you know, the first thing I did when I got to Congress was go to the FTC and tell them, you need to look at the vertical integration that has taken place in the drug pricing chain. The fact that the insurance company owns the PBM and owns the pharmacy. They are practicing steering. They steer their patients to their pharmacy so that they can make the most. They are practicing, as I said, they're getting these rebates. And what we're doing, we all agree, Republicans and Democrats, we need to bring down prescription drug prices. But the Hippocratic Oath tells us, do no harm. What this bill is going to do is going to be harmful because it's going to deter and kill research and development at a time we can ill afford it. It is going to do that. We need cures. We need a cure for Alzheimer's. The price that we're going to have to pay, both financially and emotionally, the strain on families that Alzheimer's brings, the strain on the caregivers, all of that is going to have a tremendous burden on our society if we don't find cures for it. And here we are trying to pass this bill that's going to do just the opposite of what we need to be doing. And I have to defer and I have to disagree with my good friend, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee. H.R. 19 is not a partisan bill. It is a bipartisan bill. And it has solutions in it that will achieve what all of us want to achieve. That is to bring down prescription drug pricing. But it will do it in such a way that it won't kill research and development. And what we're doing, or what y'all are doing in this one, with this this is not negotiation. This is extortion. What you're doing to the drug companies here is extortion.
All right.
And one last thing I just got to tell you. This is going to kill research and development at a time we can least afford to do it. We all want the same thing here, and I'll yield.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond.
I'm happy to yield to the briefly to the gentleman from New Jersey, the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Look, Mr. Carter, you know I admire you, but look, the bottom line is H.R. 19, the Republican alternative, sure, it does have something around the edges in terms of capping costs out of pocket and inflation, but it does not deal with negotiated prices, and that's the only significant way that you're going to bring down prices. And look, I'm more than willing to work with you to address the PBM problem. But the fact of the matter is, it's the pharmaceutical industry that sets list price for the drugs, and the drug manufacturers increase the prices year after year. In the number of price increases for the first 7 months of 2022 exceeded the 2020 and 21 hikes in the same period. And this year so far, there have been 1,186 price hikes for prescription drugs, and 64 different pharmaceutical companies have increased prices so far this year. It is not fair for the American people to continue to pay these high prices when every other developed country in the world does not. The S&P increase says that the pharmaceutical industry has had a bigger profit than any other industry in the last few years. There's no way in the world that they don't have enough money to do research and innovation. Most of them, 7 out of 10 of them, Mr. Carter, spend more money on advertising than they do on research, and the government ends up funding most of the research anyway. So this idea that it's just not fair. It's not fair to the average American that we have to continue to pay these high prices because the pharmaceuticals say, oh, we need this money for research. They're just getting profits. They're paying it back to their shareholders. They're taking out ads so people buy the drugs. They're not spending most of the money on research. It's just not the case. But anyway, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate both of you offering some filler as we're waiting for Dr. Burgess. But I'm going to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a statement from Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee. And again, I think, let me just reiterate that we're here today to lower costs for hardworking Americans. And this bill would lower prescription drug costs. It protects affordable health care coverage for millions of people, and it lowers energy costs for consumers. We're also making the boldest investment in our history to combat the climate crisis, putting our country on a path to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. This bill will start to unrig this tax code by finally making corporations and wealthy start to pay their fair share in taxes. My constituents don't understand why big corporations could avoid paying taxes, but they can't. And we're doing this all while reducing the deficit. And let me just say one final thing about prescription drugs. Some of these drugs don't do any good if you can't afford them. And I've got a lot of senior citizens, I've got a lot of families that are struggling to be able to pay for their prescription drugs and to pay to put food on the table or pay for their rent or their utility costs or a number of other things. And so, 73% of the American people think that what we're doing here on prescription drugs is the right thing to do. And so I will proudly support this bill. Do you have anything to say?
Mr. Chair, will you yield?
I think, Mr. Carter, I think we've already gone through the questions. We're just waiting for Dr. Burgess. So I think Dr. Burgess, we lost him somewhere. But any event, he will be. Who's?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason Smith.
Yes.
Could I enter into the record a joint committee on tax distribution analysis that just came in on the tax provisions of the bill?
Without objection. And anything anybody wants to enter into the record, they may do so without objection. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I want to thank our witnesses for being here. I was going to ask Mr. Byer one more time who appointed the current commissioner of the IRS, but yeah, I'm just in case anybody's unsure.
I believe it was the previous president,
Thank you.
Mr. Trump.
But please leave any information you have with us, stenographer, or submit electronically. Anything you would like inserted in the record, you are now excused. And I thank you all for being here. We tried. We now want to, let me see, does any member wish to offer an amendment to this bill? I want to welcome our next panel to testify on amendments to the Inflation Reduction Act, Mr. Estes, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Burgess. So I'll go with Mr. Carter because you're here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Cole for allowing me to speak on my amendment this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, you've heard me speak about PBMs, and as you can imagine, my amendment is about PBMs. But two things I want to point out. You just made a statement, Mr. Chairman, that I have to correct. You said that some of these drugs, and many of these drugs, don't do any good if you can't afford them. I would submit to you that none of these drugs do any good if you can't afford them. If you can't afford to buy it, none of them are going to do you any good. So I just want to make sure we understand that. The only other thing I want to point out before I'll get into my written testimony here is the fact that, as I stated earlier, only 37% of the price of a drug goes to the pharmaceutical manufacturer. The other 63% goes to the PBM, i.e. insurance company. Now, you've cited numbers on how much money that pharmaceutical manufacturers spend on research and development. How much do PBMs, how much do insurance companies spend on research and development? Absolutely nothing. That's how much they spend on research and development. At least the drug companies are spending some of it on research and development. So if you want to do some good, do away with rebates, period. Or make sure they're done at the point of sale. Make sure they're done at the point of sale so that they can go where they should go, and that is to the patient. That's why, Mr. Chairman, it's important for us to lower drug costs without the risk of fewer cures by forcing pharmacy benefit managers to fully pass rebates to patients at the pharmacy counter. My amendment would do just that. It would force the PBMs to pass every last penny, not just some of it, but every bit of it, to the patients at the pharmacy counter instead of letting the PBMs steal those dollars to pad their own pockets. The PBMs, i.e. the insurance companies. In 2020, more than half of all spending on brand prescription medicines went to someone other than the biopharmaceutical manufacturers who researched, developed, and manufactured the medicines. My Democratic colleagues claim to want to lower drug costs, but they're letting PBMs off scot-free. PBMs offer nothing. They offer nothing to patients, and they certainly do not help lower drug costs. They bring no benefit whatsoever to the healthcare system. Furthermore, what's outrageous is that the Biden administration, on one hand, has finalized the DIR rule, yet on the other hand, Congress is using the rebate rule, which operates under the same principle of returning price concessions to patients at the point of sale, as a piggy bank to enable its prolific spending spree. In fact, the CMS Office of the Actuary estimated that its DIR policy would save seniors a total of $33.1 billion in cost sharing over the next 10 years. And even when accounting for the purported increase in Medicare D premiums, which I dispute, and numerous external studies and organizations also, beneficiaries on net still save $21.3 billion over that period of time. The rule clearly states lower point of sale prices would result directly in lower cost sharing costs for non-low income beneficiaries. And on average, we expect these cost sharing decreases would exceed the premium increases. While I don't agree with the rule's premise that this policy would increase premiums, I'm glad that HHS and CMS on the same page that this policy would still save patients money at the pharmacy counter, significantly more money than any purported premium impact. Which leads me to my next question for my Democratic colleagues. How did the CMS Office of the Actuary, the same office who I understand conducted the analysis in this year's Part D rule and DIR policy, so-called rebate rule would have saved patients over $25 billion in the net cost over 10 years. To clarify, that means the aggregate reduction in patient cost sharing would have been $25 billion greater than the estimated premium increase. Why are they okay with saving patients at the pharmacy counter in the DIR rule, but insist on separately using the rebate rule, which would do likewise for patients, as a piggy bank for new Obamacare spending and unrelated energy programs. If you truly care about lowering drug costs, you should vote for my amendment and stop letting PBMs get away with these egregious practices in this highway robbery. And I've just got to end it with this. I've had at least 3 Democratic colleagues come to me and say, you're right, our policy is wrong. Now, they're going to vote for your bill. There's no question. They told me I got to vote for it. But they have come to me and told me personally, next session when y'all are in charge, we want to work with you to get these PBMs to lower drug prices. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Estes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole, and actually to everybody on the Rules Committee for considering my amendment. I want to talk today about Amendment 42, which highlights how we need to focus on the economy. You know, this morning we learned that inflation is still rampant and hurting families. And the White House tried to spin this as good news and proof that inflation's easing, but Kansas families are still spending 8.5% more today than they were a year ago, and that was on top of 5.4% through July of last year. So we're seeing everyday expenses and necessities up for family members. Milk's up 15.6%, eggs up 38%, baby food's up 15%, bacon's up 11%, and gas is still up 44%. And the worst statistic of the day is the real hourly wages are down 3%. So President Biden and the Democrats are in this bubble trying to push the narrative that it's a strong economy, but Americans aren't really buying it because they can't afford it. As members of the Rules Committee and representatives of your respective districts, I'm sure you're hearing from your constituents that price increases and the impact they're having on paychecks are just crushing them. The American economy is suffering, and the policies from the majority are destroying the American dream. So in response now, the House is going to consider this highly partisan bill that doubles down on the bad policies that got us here, more spending on these bad priorities. The bill that's being talked about, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, doesn't really reduce inflation at all, according to the Penn-Wharton budget model and the Congressional Budget Office. Instead, it increases taxes, increases spending, and continues to increase inflation and hamstring the economy. So how do we make that better? How can we actually improve the lives of Kansans and Americans across the country? We can start with some bipartisan common sense amendment like the one I'm introducing today, Amendment number 42. My amendment's a temporary extension of the Research and Development Expensing Tax Credit through the end of 2025. Research and development's key for short-term and long-term economic growth in the country, and immediate expensing of R&D costs will boost the R&D here in the United States. We know that where R&D occurs, it's critical for job creation and job growth. In the case of the R&D tax implications, full expensing was allowed through 2021. However, starting this year, businesses will be required to spread out or amortize those expenses over a 5-year period for domestic R&D or 15 years for foreign R&D. This spreading out of expenses will significantly diminish the near-term value and the likelihood of research investments, making us the only developed country requiring R&D expenditures to be amortized. When compared to the leading markets around the world, the United States ranks 26th out of 36 for the value of our R&D tax incentives. At a time when it's critical for our economy to become more competitive, spreading the R&D expenses would make us less competitive. In 2020, the Tax Foundation said immediate expensing of all investments, including R&D expensing, is the #1 federal reform that Congress can make to encourage economic recovery after COVID-19. I've introduced and reintroduced a bill with Democratic Congressman John Larson from Connecticut, the American Innovation and Competitiveness Act, to allow companies to immediately expense R&D permanently. While I believe we should move towards a permanent solution, my amendment today would at least provide some certainty to American job creators, innovators, and workers for the next few years. The National Taxpayers Union has called my bipartisan bill a no-brainer for passage, and I think the amendment today should be a no-brainer as well. Today's R&D dollars create tomorrow's jobs, and we need to keep R&D dollars inside our country where we can help strengthen the American businesses, workers, and our economy, and help create more jobs for Americans. So with that, I look forward to questions, and I hope you consider including my amendment in this bill.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to yield to Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two amendments. The first is amendment number 11. The amendment would remove providers, remove doctors from the middle of drug pricing negotiations between the government and drug manufacturers. You know, look, we do face a serious problem with the nation's physicians. They've been through goodness knows what with the pandemic for 2 years, and they are facing a series of cuts. The physician fee schedule update for this year is calculated to be 0%. You know what that means in Washington, D.C. 0%, in fact, means a cut, especially when you got 9% inflation. Because we have put such a burden on physicians, I really think this amendment is going to be important to alleviate some of that burden. This amendment was offered with Dr. Murphy of North Carolina and allowed drug manufacturers to directly refund the government excess costs above negotiated prices. We heard this talked about, Mr. Pallone talked about the rebate that would be refunded if a company, a pharmaceutical company brought its prices up too quickly. But there is a precedent for drug manufacturers to rebate the government. This amendment would actually just remove the physicians from the negotiation process. Our goal should be to achieve cost savings without threatening the stability of providers or their practices, or actually should say further threatening the stability of providers or their practices. I've heard directly from docs that they would face significant financial risks under this legislation, which in turn would affect America's patients. In fact, the GOP Doctors Caucus recently sent a letter to Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Schumer on how this bill would affect our healthcare system. Over the years, we've seen specialty practices close. I've been especially concerned, especially in the language in this reconciliation bill, that oncology practices, rheumatology practices, neurology practices, those that administer Part B drugs that would see the pricing structure change dramatically are going to be hard hit. And we are quite frankly going to see practices close. Patients will still be taken care of, but they'll end up being taken care of at a site of service that actually costs more. It costs about a third to see a patient in the physician's office what it does to see them in the hospital. And yet we're going to be driving patients out of community oncology centers into hospitals to get their cancer care, and the result will be a higher cost, no savings to anyone. To avoid the consequences of this bill, we should remove docs from the process entirely. For congressional colleagues who are curious how this bill would affect providers and patients in their districts, I encourage you to read the letter signed by nearly all 21 healthcare professionals in Congress to support this amendment. And I'd ask unanimous consent to put that letter into the record.
Without objection.
The second amendment is number 53. This amendment would require that 100% of the rebate on insulin be passed down to the patient at the pharmacy counter. I recently introduced the Insulin Savings for Patients Act. This act would allow a phase-in rebate on insulin in Medicare Part D from 50% to 100% over 3 years. The rebate will be passed on to the patients at the point of sale. This amendment would build off the concept and pass 100% of the rebate on insulin to the patient at the time of purchase in the pharmacy. 1 in 3 Medicare beneficiaries have diabetes. Millions of seniors rely on insulin to live healthy lives. And we're discussing ways to lower out-of-pocket costs for patients' drug. This amendment is one solution that most certainly makes the monthly cost of a patient's insulin more affordable for the millions of Medicare beneficiaries with diabetes. An analysis that I have found that passing the rebate through to the patients in the commercial market could actually save certain diabetes patients as much as $800 annually while increasing premiums by just 1%. Another study found that if discounts were passed directly to patients at the pharmacy counter, a typical Part D patient with diabetes taking 5 medicines including insulin, could see their out-of-pocket spending decrease by more than $900 a year. Additionally, one could argue that reducing out-of-pocket insulin costs for individuals with diabetes could potentially have a positive impact on adherence. This common sense approach to accomplishing just that is worth our consideration. Our drug pricing system is structured in a way that allows for rebates, but patients do not see the benefit of these rebates. This amendment would require that not just 100% pass through of the rebate dollars, but would require a study to further improve the Congress's knowledge on what insulin pricing policies we could pursue. It's a common sense amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I urge it be made in order.
I thank the gentleman for his amendments. Let's see, anybody have a question? Ms. Torres, Mr. Cole, Mr. Perlmutter, Dr. Burgess?
I've actually got some really good questions for us. Thank you for being so patient with me today. It's been a tough day.
We've been through a lot today, so but I appreciate you making it here. Does anybody on either side have any questions?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank the witnesses and especially two of my favorite Republicans, Mr. Carter and Mr. Smith, for being here today.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
And Mr. Estes, too.
Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. And please leave with us, stenographer, or submit electronically anything you would like inserted in the record. You are now excused. Are there any other members who wish to testify, to offer amendments on this legislation? Seeing none, that closes the hearing portion. Okay, and then I think we're having some computer issues here. Who's reading the rules? Who's reading the rules? So at this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee grant a rule providing for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376, the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. The rule makes an order a motion offered by the chair of the Committee on the Budget or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and the Senate amendment. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. Finally, the rule provides 3 hours of debate on the motion, equally divided among and controlled by the respective chairs and ranking minority members of the committees on the Budget, Energy and Commerce, and Ways and Means, or their respective designees.
You've heard the motion from the gentleman. Are there any discussion or amendments? Ms. Fischbach?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to kind of jump ahead because I do have to get on a flight so I can make it to the funeral tomorrow. And I did want to add earlier, I appreciate all of the kind words about Jackie. She was actually my mentor. So if I seem to flail after this, you'll know why, because I won't have her guidance. So, but I will miss her dearly. And so I'm going to, so like I said, I appreciate the accommodation. But Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 64 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376 offered by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma. This amendment eliminates the Superfund tax during periods of high tax prices and inflation. Mr. Chair, as we've already noted, inflation is already at a 40-year high and has already cost the average American over a month's worth of wages. Even Senate Majority Leader Schumer is on record opposing raising taxes in the midst of a recession. That is why, in the midst of an energy crisis, a border crisis, and an inflation crisis, we shouldn't be further taxing the American people. This amendment would suspend the Superfund tax during periods of high gas prices and high inflation, the very problems we are experiencing right now. Taxing the American people when they have already been taxed by the Democrats' disastrous economic policies is not the right solution. I urge adoption of my motion, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate the gentlewoman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Fischbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Would ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Can you see your the phone?
Ms.
See
Ross?
what date it is?
No. Mr.
No.
Nagus?
No.
Date F.
Mr. Nagus?
F9.
No. Mr.
No.
Cole?
Strike.
Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fischbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fischbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Members not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
Ms. Fischbach.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 65 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376, offered by Mr. Rice of South Carolina. This amendment prohibits increased audits of taxpayers with an AGI of 75K or less. Mr. Chairman, with inflation still at a 40-year high and the cost of living on the rise, this amendment would help protect Americans with an adjusted gross income of $75,000 or less from the undue burden of additional audits. Supporters of the bill claim that this will raise revenue by $204 billion for a net of $124 billion, but data shows that this would result in the targeting of 710,000 value shopping Americans earning $75,000 or less. Democrats added allegedly clarifying language, claiming nothing in this section is intended to increase taxes on any taxpayer not in the top 1%. However, intentions are not legally binding. And according to the Tax Foundation, the top 1% means an income of around $545,000. I urge adoption of my motion, and I yield back.
So let me, thank you very much. Let me just say a couple of things. We've kind of gone over this ad nauseum here, but the Trump-appointed IRS commissioner has made it clear in a letter to Congress that we have inserted into the record twice, I believe, that the enforcement funding will not be used to increase audits on small businesses or middle-income Americans. In fact, this bill will actually help middle-class families by ensuring that they get their tax refunds more quickly. I think, I mean, I don't know about my colleagues here, but we're getting inundated with calls from citizens and constituents who are waiting for their refunds. And so instead of focusing on what the tax provisions of this bill won't do, let's focus on what it will do. Unrig our tax code by finally making corporations of the wealthy start paying their fair share and reduce the deficit while we're doing it. Unlike the $2 trillion that was added to the deficit when my friends were in charge with their tax bill. I also just want to say one other thing. I think my friends are aware of the process that we have gone through to get the bill to where it is right now. You change anything in this bill right now, it means that senior citizens will not see lower prescription drug costs. It means that we will invest nothing new to combat the climate crisis. It means that people will see actually their health care costs go up, or their premiums go up, because we will not be able to provide the assistance to offset what insurance companies are already warning citizens might come about if we don't pass this bill. So, and if we, and again, you change anything, it has to go back to the Senate. And so none of this would be able to be resolved in the short term. That's kind of the nature of reconciliation. So I'm going to urge a no vote on all amendments, because basically any amendment to this bill is about derailing what we're trying to do here. Lowering the cost of prescriptions for senior citizens, lowering the cost of health care for millions of families, combating the climate crisis, paying down the debt, dealing with inflation. So I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment, but I will urge a no vote. Mr. Cole.
And
Well,
Mr.
it could be
Chair, may I just
resolved
ask
pretty
for
quickly, Mr.
clarification?
Chairman, in the Senate, because there's only 2 senators have anything to do with it. Didn't go through committee. It magically appeared. So I wouldn't worry about the Senate. It can get taken care of pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, as the gentleman knows, there needs to be a vote by the entire Senate, and that is more challenging than not. Ms. Fishbach, you wanted to add something?
Mr. Chair, I was just looking for clarification, because you said that it's been made clear. You said there's been information entered into the record. This is the intent. So this shouldn't be an issue to just simply add language that points out exactly what you have been saying, and because intent is not law.
Yeah.
And
I
we
don't
want to make sure that what you're saying is going to happen is actually going to happen, and that is why you put it in language. And I
Well-
think that's makes sense to do it, and the Senate, I think, would be willing to accept that. It seems to me, if that is actually what the intent of the law
Well,
is.
as we know, we Republicans in the Senate basically stripped the provision of putting a cap on insulin to $35. So God only knows what will happen if we went back over there. But the bottom line is, I'm putting I never thought I'd say this, I'm actually putting my trust in the Trump-appointed IRS commissioner and the letter that he sent to all of us. And as the gentlelady knows, if we amend this, it basically derails this bill. It means that senior citizens will
Mr.
not
Chair.
get the lower cost prescription drugs that they all want. 73% American people want that. It means healthcare costs for millions of families will go up. It means there is nothing that we will do to deal with the climate crisis. So if any amendment to this bill at this point basically is derailing this bill. And so I would urge a no vote.
And Mr. Chair, I would just have to say that
Absolutely.
this is once again an example of how the Democrats are running Congress. It is take it or leave it, do it our way or no way. And we are not allowed to have any kind of input, because you say, well, can't take any amendments because then it has to go back to the Senate. But I think that's what the legislative process is
Well-
that give and take and making sure that people have input. And with that, Mr.
Well,
Chair, I will.
And with all due respect, I'm not sure you were here at the beginning of the hearing when I went over the fact that this is the end of a process. And I actually compared this process to the process that the Republicans used, not only to pass their tax cut bill that benefited mostly the wealthy, but also their attempt to throw millions of people off of health care. And so I just, with all respect, we are at the end of a process right now. The House did its work on this. We sent it over to the Senate. The Senate did its work. Now it's coming back to us. So again, I get the message. This is a time for messaging, but the point of the matter is, if you want to kill the bill, then we adopt the amendments that my friends are going to offer. If we want this bill to go to the president's desk, we need to get it out of rules, we need to bring it to the House floor, and we need to vote for it. Mr. Cole.
With all due respect, it doesn't kill the bill, as my friend from Minnesota points out, to engage in the legislative process. They didn't mind dragging us back here in the summer when they finally got their deal done. I don't mind the Senate staying around a couple of days so people over here, if they have an idea, but it does not kill the bill. It just simply sends it back to the Senate. The Senate can act on it and move it back here quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's put it derails the bill, and it results in some unintended consequences that, quite frankly, are not going to be pleasant for our constituents. So I would urge a no vote. So the vote now is on the Fishback amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I would ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
A recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Desaulnier?
No.
Mr. Desaulnier? No. Mrs. Ross?
No.
Mrs. Ross? No.
Make sure
Mr.
I'm on the
Neguse?
earlier flight.
Mr. Neguse? Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Eschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Eschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
How was Mr. Neguse recorded?
Mr. Neguse is not recorded.
Yeah. All right. Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Members not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule.
Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee make an order amendment number 88 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376 offered by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma. This amendment prohibits ACA subsidies from going to Americans making more than 750% of the federal poverty level. Mr. Chairman, I certainly don't begrudge people who have been successful. It's the American dream, and I support that. However, I would hope that all of my colleagues would agree that someone at 750% of the federal poverty level, that's for a family size of one, someone making nearly $102,000 a year, wouldn't need the federal government to be subsidizing their health care costs. With our national debt over $30.6 trillion, we need to be wiser in where we devote our resources. And not subsidizing health care for people who make over $100,000 seems like a great place to start. I urge the adoption of my motion, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
So thank you very much, and what I said earlier stands, but I just want to point out, the bill is already means tested. The higher your income, the smaller your tax credit becomes and ultimately phase out. A family whose health insurance premiums are under 8.5% of their income will receive no tax credits at all. So I urge a no vote on the Fishbach amendment. Anybody else? If not, the vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No.
Oh.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded
Vote
vote.
has been requested.
Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres?
Torres votes no.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli, no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Desaulnier?
No.
Mr. Desaulnier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross? No. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Eschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Eschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much. And my friend from Minnesota, I think, is gone now. So thank you for indulging us, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order an amendment number 6 to Senate amendment to H.R. 5376 offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana. This amendment prohibits the bill from taking effect if the Joint Committee on Taxation determines it will cause an increase in taxes or cost of living for those making less than $400,000 a year. Mr. Chairman, just this morning, we learned the Consumer Price Index is at a 40-year high. Wages are not keeping up with inflation and have actually decreased in real terms, while American families continue to pay more for just about everything. Now is not the time to burden hardworking Americans with new taxes and expenses. President Biden has repeatedly pledged would not raise taxes on Americans making less than $400,000. We've been assured that several times in the course of this hearing. This amendment ought to be easy to be accepted because all it does is hold you to account to do what you said you'd do. That nobody's taxes that makes less than $400,000 are going up. So with that, I would move the amendment.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No.
No.
No.
Being the chair, the noes have it.
Matter of request.
Recorded vote is requested.
Mrs. Torres?
Torres, no.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Desaulnier?
No.
Mr. Desaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would ask we make an order amendment number 4 to send amendment H.R. 5376 offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas. The amendment strikes section 6113, the natural gas tax. Mr. Chairman, we discussed during the hearing, there are serious concerns that the natural gas tax will have severe impacts on consumers and continue to skyrocket the cost of energy in America. Addressing inflation should be a bipartisan effort. And for that reason, it's unfortunate that the Speaker's bringing forth a bill that will only make energy costs worse by putting a tax on natural gas. Given the process that the bill went through, certainly the amendment at least deserves an opportunity for debate on the House floor. I urge adoption of the motion. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I would urge a no vote on the amendment. And I would just, again, say for the record that I think, climate change is an existential threat to humanity. And the extreme heat, the droughts, the flooding, and the wildfires that we've seen this summer are just the beginning. And it's long time past for some real action, and this bill is the most significant investment we've made to combat climate change in U.S. history. And it will also help consumers save money with their utility bills. And I think weakening the clean energy provisions would be, quite frankly, criminally short-sighted. And I would hope that my friends would vote no, but I'll yield to Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I'll just make a quick point. First of all, it's natural gas. It's actually lowered greenhouse gases more significantly than any other fuel in recent years. And number two, this will increase the cost of heating and cooling for every single American. There's no reason to do it. And we ought to keep the cost low. And frankly, this is the cleanest of all fossil fuels as it is. It's not going away anytime soon, and taxing it, I think, is very short-sighted economically, very regressive in terms of the impact it'll have on lower-income Americans.
I think we'll just have a difference of opinion. But you've heard the amendment. The vote is now on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No. Being
No.
the chair, the noes have it. Are we going to work? Yeah,
I request recorded.
The recorded vote has been requested.
Mrs. Torres?
Work on our teams.
Torres, no.
Neither side's done.
Mrs. Torres?
Torres, no.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
Raskin votes no.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon?
Scanlon votes no.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Desaulnier?
No.
Mr. Desaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Nicole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 55 to Senate Amendment to H.R. 5376, offered by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky. This amendment strikes Subtitle B of H.R. 5376 and replaces this title with H.R. 19, the Lower Cost, More Cures Act. Mr. Chairman, we can all agree that lowering prescription drug prices for all Americans is a good thing. However, there are severe consequences for doing it the way that the majority is suggesting in this legislation. CBO and the University of Chicago have both found that hundreds of cures will never come to market under the legislation before us today, and those that do will actually have higher prices than without this legislation. Instead, we should be working together, including H.R. 19, a Lower Cost, More Cures Act. Every single provision of that legislation is bipartisan, and it would avoid the dangerous consequences of government takeover of prescription drugs included in this legislation. So with that, I would urge the adoption of the motion and yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman, and the reason why I'm supporting this bill is because it is about lowering prescription drug costs for people in this country. And so I would urge a no vote. You've heard the amendment from the gentleman from Oklahoma. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. No.
No.
No.
In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Would you like a recorded vote?
Yes, I'm having a lot of confusion following this.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter votes no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross votes no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mrs. Fishbach.
Oh, she's there.
Yeah.
You're muted.
It's the miracle.
Yeah.
Oh, I am muted.
Now,
Good night.
now you're not.
Okay.
Mrs. Fishbach votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 39 to Senate Amendment to H.R. 5376, offered by Mr. Murphy of North Carolina. This amendment strikes the pass-through loss limitation and replaces it with a one-year extension of the limitation on deductions for state and local taxes, SALT as it's commonly known. Mr. Chairman, more than 4.7 million businesses are organized as pass-throughs, employing nearly half of America's workforce. Last weekend, the Senate agreed on a bipartisan basis to make changes to the corporate minimum tax and pay for it with an extension of the limitation on deductions for SALT, a provision that disproportionately goes to the wealthiest Americans. But Senate Democrats couldn't accept this and substituted this pay for with what exists in the bill before us today, a tax on millions of Main Street American businesses. Mr. Murphy's amendment would just go back to the Senate bipartisan vote and not protect millionaires and billionaires at the expense of small mom and pop stores across the country. So with that, Mr. Chair, I urge the adoption of my motion. I yield back.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
On that, I'd request recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli, no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Dr. Burgess.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 44 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376. This is offered by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky. The amendment prohibits the Health and Human Services Secretary from negotiating prices if negotiating drug prices if the Congressional Budget Office determines these negotiations would lead to 10 fewer cures coming to market. As we've already noted, we're running without a proper CBO score, so it's difficult to anticipate the true economic impact that this legislation could have. But we should all agree that negotiating the price of drugs should not be prioritized over finding cures that could save lives. The CBO and the University of Chicago have both found that hundreds of cures will not come to market under the legislation before us today. And we really have no idea what the cures would be for, perhaps Alzheimer's or cancer or other diseases. But it is wrong to proceed without this type of limitation. So I move the amendment be made in order.
And let me just say that I think limiting negotiations gives pharma free rein to keep prices high on drugs that are already very, very, very expensive. This bill delivers on the promise of cheaper prescription drugs, and I oppose any effort to weaken the drug price negotiations provisions included in this bill. And so with that,
Mr. Chairman, I'd just add the further observation, since none of this kicks in till 2026, we probably do have time to evaluate it.
I think I would, again, I know that there are those who are hell-bent on trying to weaken the section on.
How could you make it any weaker? I'm sorry.
Well, the Senate did by getting rid of the $35 cap on, the Senate Republicans did by getting rid of the $35 cap on insulin for those with private insurance. I hope they can live with themselves, but at least we kept that in place for those on Medicare. So the vote now is on the Burgess Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes.
No.
That's for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested.
Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr.
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Unmute.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Burgess.
I have an amendment to the rule to make an order amendment number 57 to the Senate amendment of H.R. 5376, offered by Mr. McKinley of West Virginia. This amendment eliminates Section 6103, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which would have established a $27 billion program at the EPA for the purpose of funding a national climate bank to finance greenhouse gas reduction programs. One of the biggest concerns of this legislation is the fact that a number of funds appropriated really amount to nothing more than a slush fund. This is going to be used to fund pet projects that will continue to raise already skyrocketing energy costs while everyday Americans are left to foot the bill. It's unfortunate my Democratic colleagues, despite their policies that have led to historic levels of inflation, continue to put their interests above that of the American people. I urge adoption of this motion for the sake of the country, and I yield back.
And for the sake of the country, I'm going to urge the people oppose this amendment because, I mean, maybe, I don't, I mean, climate change is real. And I just visited a number of farms in my district where the number one issue that farmers raised to me was climate change. We're having a terrible drought in Massachusetts, invasive species that are threatening crops that didn't exist only a few years ago. We produce maple syrup in Massachusetts, and maple syrup farmers are wondering whether or not they'll be able to continue to have a future because the seasons get shorter and shorter. So, I mean, we just have a difference of opinion on whether this is a priority or not, but in any event, the vote is now on the Burgess Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
And we'll ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested.
Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morello, no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross? No. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 36 to the Senate amendment of H.R. 5376. This was offered by Mr. Murphy of North Carolina. This amendment protects patient access to current and future treatment for a range of serious conditions such as Alzheimer's, HIV/AIDS, Parkinson's, and sickle cell disease, amongst others. This amendment takes the $80 billion for the Internal Revenue Service and instead uses the funding to exempt FDA-designated breakthrough therapies and of life-saving cures from government price setting. Ultimately, this amendment protects patients, protects their access to current and future treatments for a range of serious conditions, a dignity that these suffering patients deserve. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Burgess Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
no. Opposed, no. No.
No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
And I'll ask for a
Recorded
recorded
vote has been requested.
Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross? No. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Unmute.
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman?
Who's that? Oh, Mr. Reschenthaler.
Mr. Chairman, Reschenthaler.
How can I miss
Thank
you?
you. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, but I appreciate you recognizing me. I have an amendment, one of 3 that I have. The first amendment is the first one I make in order is number 52 to the Senate Amendment HR 5376, offered by my good friend Mrs. Miller of West Virginia. This amendment prohibits tax credits for electric vehicles produced by or containing components produced by slave or child labor. Specifically, the amendment prohibits the disbursement of the clean vehicle credit, a tax credit subsidized by U.S. taxpayer dollars. Mr. Chairman, the average cost of an electric car is over $62,000, making it a luxury available only to the wealthiest Americans. The cobalt in lithium-ion batteries that power everyday electronics, including electric cars, rather, often come from countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, which employs child slave labor to mine these resources. Knowing this, it's unfortunate that the Democratic majority is providing subsidies to wealthy Americans while exploiting child and slave labor and leaving taxpayers to foot the bill. Certainly, this amendment to strike these subsidies deserves an opportunity for the floor to be debated on the floor and a vote on the floor as well. I urge adoption of my motion. I yield back.
Well, thank you. You heard the amendment from the gentleman. Any?
I have a question. I have a question for the gentleman on
Mr.
his
Perlmutter.
amendment. The gentleman brought up cobalt. I thought that was the program that we're trying to get rid of because it's antique by the IRS, and I yield back.
Thank you very much for your comment. Let me just say one thing about forced labor. And I as somebody who authored the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, I take this issue very, very seriously. And I'm proud of the domestic sourcing requirements and support for American manufacturing in this bill. It will create over 1 million new jobs and help secure the supply chain for many products. I'm also proud of the work that this Congress has done in combating forced labor in China, that we've done on a bipartisan basis. We need to, as I said before, any changes to this bill means it goes back to the Senate, and it could cause it to lose privilege, quite frankly. And then we need 60 votes. You need 60 votes to have coffee in the Senate, never mind pass legislation. So we need to send this bill to the President's desk without delay so we can lower costs for hardworking American families. And so I would urge a no vote. The vote now is on the Reschenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I'd request a recorded vote.
The gentleman wants a recorded vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross?
I'll deal with it.
No.
I'll
Mr. Neguse?
Just switch it.
Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the roll to make an order amendment number 47 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5376, which was offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. This amendment strikes Section 30001 of the bill, which appropriates $500 million to the Defense Production Act Fund to be used for climate initiatives. Mr. Chairman, just last month, the House passed the NDAA by a vote of 329 to 101. This signaled overwhelming bipartisan support and a House consensus on national defense priorities. For this reason, it's incredibly frustrating to see this bill, the provision in this bill before us, that's used to fund highly partisan Green New Deal pet projects in the name of national defense. The Democratic majority should not hamstring our ability to respond rapidly to national security threats. But this legislation does just that by creating yet another climate slush fund. Ultimately, whether you agree or not, this amendment deserves an opportunity for full debate on the House floor. I urge adoption of my motion, and I yield back.
Well, thank you, and I would urge a no vote on this. I think Ms. Boebert offered 80 amendments to try to weaken more than 80 amendments to try to weaken the climate section of this bill. We have a very strong difference of opinion as to whether climate change is an issue of national concern, international concern. I don't think she does, but in any event, I would urge a no vote on this amendment. The vote now is on the Reschenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
No.
In opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres?
Torres, no.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
Proudly no.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
Correct. And the goose votes no.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Rushenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my last amendment. I have an amendment to the rule. I move this committee make an order amendment number 41 to the Senate amendment to HR 5376 offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. This amendment requires all newly hired IRS auditors to be certified public accountants. Mr. Chairman, this bill allows the IRS to hire 87,000 new agents to go after regular American families, farmers, and small business owners. Americans at every income level will see audit rates rise, with nearly half of all audits occurring on Americans making $75,000 a year or less. If the Democratic majority wants to squeeze as much money out of everyday Americans as possible, we should at least ensure that these new agents are qualified for their job. I urge adoption of my motion, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from Texas.
yeah, this is an extremely important point that the gentleman from Pennsylvania brings up. And, you know, the big accounting firms right now are having difficulty staffing their positions. Whether this number is 87,000 new IRS agents, as we've heard discussed, or a smaller number, there is still going to be a significant strain placed upon this workforce. Now, look, there are already, 70,000 IRS agents that are currently employed? If you add even 20,000 to that number, it becomes one of the largest federal agencies in the country. But my bigger concern is if you don't have people who are properly trained to take on this type of activity, you're going to get basically tax technicians. And tax technicians may not be capable of doing the type of work that they may be doing, and they could be quite injurious to citizens who have to undergo this process. I've been through an IRS audit before. I know how intrusive it is. We need to be very, very careful about what we're setting out to do here, and it just doesn't look like we've done that with enough care. So I think Mr. Reschenthaler's amendment to ensure that everyone that is now credentialed as a newly minted IRS agent, in fact, at least have the CPA credential to their name. So I thank you for bringing this amendment. It's extremely important, and we should consider it.
Well, I urge a no vote on this amendment for a whole bunch of reasons, not the least of which will derail this bill that will lower prescription drug prices for senior citizens, that will pay down our debt, that will combat climate change, that will lower health care prices for everybody. But I have an idea. So as you know, Dr. Burgess, I normally host cabinet officials and agency heads in my office in a bipartisan way, so we can ask them questions about whatever we want to do. So I'm willing to invite the Trump-appointed IRS commissioner to come to the office so we can have a conversation about whether or not we're concerned about him hiring unqualified people to work in the IRS. And if the answer is he's going to hire people who failed math or who are not qualified, then I'll work with you to try to remedy that. But the bottom line is the head of the IRS is somebody that Donald Trump appointed. And the deal is, and I don't know about your constituents, but I mean, I have constituents that are still waiting for refunds, and they depend on those refunds because they're struggling to make ends meet. We also know that the IRS's IT is totally ancient, that needs to be addressed. And we also know that there are people in this country wealthy, very wealthy people and rich corporations to get away with dodging paying their fair share because they can. They basically get away with it with impunity. And so, you know, I'm going to give the Trump-appointed IRS commissioner the benefit of the doubt. I'll happy to call a meeting here, and we could all sit down and talk with him about your concerns.
I think that's an excellent idea. It's a little bit after the fact because this type of work should have been done prior to the legislation being
Well,
written.
I'm sure it has been, but I mean, but the committees of jurisdiction that could answer those questions in more detail are no longer here. But I'm happy to do that. And again, you know, look, there's a concerted effort here to try to scare people into not voting for this bill, or the American people into to look away from the benefits that they will get from passage of this legislation. So I will urge a no vote, and I will urge that we, you know, pass Mr. Perlmutter's motion, bring it to the floor, make history by passing in the House and getting to the President's desk and helping people.
This is the Russian.
Oh, the Russian, so the Russian, yeah, this is the Russian all stuff, but once we defeat this, we go to Perlmutter and, right, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. All right, so now the vote is on the Reschenthaler amendment. All those in favor can say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. No.
No.
I think the noes have it. Do you want to
Well,
vote?
Mr. Chairman, on that, just to make sure, yeah, just to make sure,
Yeah,
out of an abundance of caution.
the clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres?
No.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
I just had a question for the chair. Who's the head of the IRS? I vote no.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
I think he was appointed by Trump, but I would vote no.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross? No. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Is there anybody else want to offer an amendment? Hearing none, the question is now on the motion offered from the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter. All those in favor will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Mr. Cole. A recorded vote has been requested.
Mrs. Torres?
Aye.
Mrs. Torres? Aye. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes aye.
Mr. Perlmutter? Aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin? Aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier? Aye. Ms. Ross?
Aye.
Ms. Ross? Aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? No. Mr. Reschenthaler?
No.
Mr. Reschenthaler? No. Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman? Aye.
Clerk report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
And the motion is agreed to, and I will carry it for the Democrats.
And Mr. Burgess will.
Mr. Burgess, Republicans. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. And we will be on the floor on Friday at 9 o'clock. No 1 minute on Friday, so 9 o'clock sharp on Friday. Thank you all very much. This concludes the hearing. Rules Committee is adjourned.